morning, everyone.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so it looks like we have Ms. May and Ms. Jones as our court reporter and interpreter, respectively, today, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Nine is a different docket.
Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm going to swear you in as an interpreter, and then if you wish to give instructions, you may proceed. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish the proceedings in this court?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, and you may proceed.
And just allow me to ask, on my second device, it seems that I'm still in the waiting room. Do you see me in the waiting room?
Is it your name?
It says iPad, and then I changed my name.
Ms. Jones, we've admitted everyone. There's no one in the waiting room.
Weird. Okay.
I don't see that. I don't see you in the meeting either. I mean, I see you in person, but I don't see that second pad. And I remember that we decided that that was the fastest way to toggle between consecutive translation and
yes, and I see why. I had the meeting. Oh no, for the 9th? Today is the 9th.
Today's the 9th.
And my meeting is, well, if you don't mind, 88992 804680. Now, can you see me there?
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah, I see it. Just it says iPad. That's it. That's you.
I will change the name in a minute. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. For those of you who need to listen to English, please select English in a minute. Buenos días. Para aquellos de ustedes que necesitan escuchar su caso en español, en un momento se va a prender un botón en el que usted va a tener que seleccionar el canal de español. Para llegar al canal de español, en su teléfono, cuando yo haga esta señal, usted va a tocar su pantalla, buscar los 3 puntitos, tocar los 3 puntitos, ahí le va a salir una lista. En esa lista va a decir algo que dice lenguaje o language. Toca language, le sale otra lista que dice español o inglés. Son 3 pasos, 3 puntitos, lenguaje, español. Voy a poner estas instrucciones en el chat para que ustedes lo puedan ver. Sin embargo, ya podemos empezar. Por favor, quítense sus gorras o sombreros. Estamos en un tribunal. And about how many people do I have? I just wonder. ¿Cuántas personas necesitan el intérprete? Levanten su mano. Más para tener una idea. 1. All right. I saw one person raising his hand, so we'll guide him. 2. Ok, gracias. Ya veo, Martín, José, gracias. Pueden quitar su mano electrónica. Para prender sus micrófonos, cuando escuchen su nombre, es *6. Y también para apagarlo, *6. Okay, so we can start. I'm going to write it down on the chat.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Larson. I am a retired Court of Appeals judge, and I am sitting by appointment here in Kinney County Court this morning for pretrial hearings, and we have some other miscellaneous matters to take up today. So, yes, ma'am.
We need the button.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'll say all that over again. Let me know when you're ready, ma'am.
Sorry, we were waiting for the instructions to be given, Ms. Jones.
We're ready.
Okay, we'll enable it now.
Not yet.
No, we don't have the interpretation function yet.
1 second.
There it is.
Ya se puede conectar, por favor, moviendo su pantalla, buscando la lista que dice language, buscando la lista que dice español. Una vez que ya puede escuchar al intérprete, levante su mano para que yo sepa que alguien ya está escuchando en cambio de español. Bien, una mano, dos manos, gracias, tres. Muy bien, Your Honor, we're ready.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Larson. I am a retired Court of Appeals judge, and I am sitting by assignment this morning for Kinney County Courts, pretrial hearings, and some other miscellaneous matters that have been scheduled. So first order the order we will take things up in is I will take care of those defendants who are in custody. The Segovia unit and the Briscoe unit are both on the call, so I'm assuming you both have defendants there. And let me ask, Mr. Trevino, how many people do you have there in Segovia?
A total of 5, Your Honor.
5. And Mr. Fletcher there in Briscoe, how many do you have?
We only have one, Your Honor, item 14.
Okay, let's go ahead and do the Briscoe unit first then.
Your Honor,
Yes.
my name is Juan Carlos Duran. I am covering for Mr. Anthony Wilson, and I was told yesterday to cover for him. I have I work for the 38th District Attorney's Office, and I'm right here at court. I have a full court day today, and we only have one case. So I was wondering, without trying to impose or to get run, if we can go first. We have just one case, and
okay. Tell me your name again, sir.
Juan Carlos Duran.
Yeah, Judge, it's number 7, I think, on the docket.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Duran, I don't see a problem with that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you know who defense counsel is by chance?
I believe it's Miriam Cruz.
Okay. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Duran, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you for your appearance. All right, so I'll call number 7 on the docket, 13074CR, State of Texas versus Luis Angel Flores Espinosa. This is TRLA, apparently Ms. Cruz. Ms. Cruz, are you on the call?
Your Honor, Ms. Cruz is actually on, oh, you're here.
Judge. I'm just juggling 2 courts. I'm on the 63rd as well. Thank you, Ms. Block. And actually, my client is working on getting on, so we're not ready to proceed right now.
Okay. Mr. Duran, let me take care of the Briscoe unit and then we'll get back to you, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Fletcher, if you told me which number on the docket you were, I've forgotten, so tell me again.
Item 14.
14, you did tell me.
Peter
That sounds
Lucas
familiar.
Ruiz.
Okay, so I'll call 137 CR, State of Texas versus Peter Lucas Ruiz. And I have Raymond Vale as defense counsel.
Your Honor, we don't see Mr. Vale present yet. We're going to send him an email.
Okay. Not an auspicious start so far. All right, Mr. Ruiz, if you would stand by, your counsel has not called in yet, so we'll give him a minute. Mr. Trevino, which docket numbers do you have?
Yes, ma'am.
I got number 13, and on the add-on docket, number 20, 21, 23, and 24.
Okay. So let's start with 13. 13718 CR, State of Texas versus Jose Domingo Montañez Vera, TR.
Morning, Your Honor. Nixon Hamika for Mr. Montañez.
Good morning.
Morning.
And Mr. Shapley, is this you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so does the state have anything in pretrial?
No, Your Honor, I'll just point out that this is the defendant's sixth setting in this case.
Okay, and I don't see Mr. Montañez Vera present. Mr. Hamika, do you see your client anywhere?
He's in custody, Your Honor.
Oh, that's right. Which unit is he in?
Segovia.
Okay, so there we go. There's Mr. Montañez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so proceed, sir.
Yes,
Judge.
We finally received a plea offer in this case yesterday afternoon. So we're going to meet with him this afternoon and finalize that plea offer and resolve this case.
Okay, Mr. Shapley, you wanted to say something?
I did, Judge. And so it's Ballard, Shapley, and Tony Hackabill for the state. I do note that in this case, we filed a motion to prohibit the removal of assigned counsel. But in view of the fact that counsel for the defendant has indicated that an offer has been received, I'm going to defer to Mr. Hackabill on that motion. He's in the courtroom at this time.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question about that first. Is there any indication that, I mean, you don't want Mr. Hamika to represent this gentleman? Is that what we're saying here?
It's a little more complicated. It goes to the issue that I've been raising the last few weeks about there not being any attorney-client relationships that have been established, that kind of thing. And we feel that there's been some, they're switching out attorneys to get a continuance, basically.
All right. Well, that does not appear to be happening right now, at least.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I was not aware until Mr. Hamika said that he had received an offer that had been done. So I'm going to defer to Mr. Hackabill on the question of the motion that the state filed.
With regard to this particular case, Your Honor, I can say that Mr. Hamika and I have reached an agreement. It is my understanding that he will be executing plea papers with his client. This will not be a plea in absentia. So once the plea papers are returned to our office, we will ask the court coordinators to put him on the next docket so that the plea can be entered. Is that right, Mr. Hamika?
That's not my understanding. I believe you mentioned that it would be a plea in absentia.
We can discuss that after the docket. In any event, I believe we have an agreement on the terms of the plea. So we will address that after the docket. But I'm satisfied that we have reached an agreement on the terms of the plea.
Okay. What I really need to know right now is you're not going to go forward on your motion to prohibit change of counsel, like whatever it's called. You don't want to go forward on that motion today.
Not on this particular case, and I'm sorry that I didn't consult with Mr. Shapley beforehand, but not on this particular case.
Okay, all right. So then that takes care of 13 as far as I can tell. You have a plea offer, Mr. Hamika. You're obviously in communication with your client because here you both are on the call. You can obtain whatever information, permission, whatever you need from him. and then we can set it on the docket as soon as you get that completed. Anything else?
Nothing for me, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else from the state?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Montañez Vera. That is all that we have for you today. Appreciate your attendance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Number 20, which is on the add-on docket. 13937 CR State versus Rubicel Sanchez Casongo.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Neha Dubey. I represent Mr. Casongo as well as item number 21 on the add-on docket. That's Mr. Omar Gamboa Saavedra. Both of these clients are entering pleas today, Your Honor.
Okay, let me call number 21 too then. And if we could get Mr. Gamboa Saavedra on the screen, can I get both individuals on the screen at the same time?
I would suggest.
I'm sorry, somebody said something.
I would suggest that, Your Honor. They're co-defendants. The plea terms of the plea are the same.
All right, here they are. Okay, so I've called 20, I'll call 21, 13938 CR, State versus Omar Gamboa Saavedra, also represented by Ms. Dubey. And these, I was thinking these were pleas in absentia, but here they are. So they're not pleas in absentia. Ms. Dubey, how do you want me to proceed on this? I'm just going to proceed as a regular plea unless you have a good reason otherwise.
It was my understanding that these were in-person pleas, Your Honor. That's how we had executed the paperwork. So I think we'd like to go forward.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So I will hear from the state on charges, range of punishment, factual basis, and recommendation, please. Both
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. These individuals have been charged, each charged with criminal trespass. Their cause numbers 13937, Rubicel Sanchez Casongo, and 13938, Omar Gamboa Saavedra. Each of them been charged with criminal trespass. And what the state has agreed is, and the defense has agreed to do, is that in exchange for a plea of guilty or no contest, the state has agreed to recommend a sentence of 120 days for each of these defendants with credit for time served, and there would be no fine and no court costs assessed.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you get me the recommendation again?
120 days with credit for time served, no fine and no court costs.
Okay, this time I was writing fast enough. Thank you. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Sanchez Casongo and Mr. Gamboa Saavedra, I'm going to swear you in as witnesses because I need to ask you some questions and you need to be under oath when you respond. So if you would raise your right hands for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. All right. So I need to ask you, first of all, do you understand what we're doing here today? This is a negotiated plea of either guilty or no contest. Do you understand that? Okay, I need both defendants to answer verbally and nice and loud so that the interpreter can hear you.
Sí.
And you've had a chance to talk to Ms. Dubey, your attorney, about how you can take care of these charges, and you've decided that your best option is this plea in exchange for the state's recommendation on punishment. Is that true? No one has promised you anything, threatened you with anything, coerced you in any way to make that decision. You've made it of your own free will. And Ms. Dubé, you've had an opportunity to speak with each of these defendants. Do you believe they are competent to make that decision?
I have, Your Honor, and I do believe.
Thank you. All right. Gentlemen, you have signed some documents we call the plea papers. I also need to know that you reviewed those with your attorney and understood everything that was in there before you signed anything. And if you had any questions, you asked her those questions and she explained it to you to your satisfaction. You know that by signing those documents and pleading either guilty or no contest today, you're giving up a number of valuable rights. You understand that? And nevertheless, you wish to proceed with a plea. There are immigration consequences to a plea of guilty or no contest. Did your attorney explain to you that this plea may affect your ability to ever return to the United States? Do you understand that? All right, there may be other immigration consequences as well. I'm not going to review everything, but you do understand that, correct? Okay, so in cause number 13937, Mr. Rubicel Sanchez Casongo, at this time, I need you to enter a plea to the offense of criminal trespass with enhancements.
Both clients are entering pleas of no contest, Your Honor.
All right, are you entering those pleas on their behalf, or do you want them to?
Yes, but
Judge, we'd like the defendants to enter their pleas. So
all right, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so Mr. Sanchez Casongo, I need you to enter your plea of no contest at this time. I mean, I'm not telling you how to plea. Your attorney is telling me you want to enter a plea of no contest. So you need to enter your plea at this time. All right, Mr. Gamboa Saavedra, at this time, I need you to enter your plea to the charge of criminal trespass with enhancements. Thank you. I find these are knowing and voluntary pleas. I accept the state's recommendation and assess your punishment at 120 days confinement, credit for all time served, no fine, no court costs. Anything further on these two cases? From the state?
Not from the state, Judge.
From the defense? Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, gentlemen, you're excused. And I'll call number 23 on the docket.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused as well?
You may. Thank you, ma'am.
Judge Larson, the court report.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not hearing the interpreter's English translations. It's like there's something muddled, or if that needs to be in English. Like
yes,
C in
You
there.
have to choose English.
Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry. Okay.
Now, let me try it.
You sound good really now.
Okay, do we need to do those
No,
please
no.
over again?
No, I think C works fine. I'm just saying if something comes up where she said more than C,
Okay.
I think we're good so far. I just wanted to make sure. Yes, I do hear you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Okay, so I'll call 23 on the docket, 14150 CR, State versus Miguel Angel Ixmatlahua Martinez. All right, Mr. Shapley announced for the state, and for the defense, we have
Joshua Tennyson.
Mr. Tennyson. Thank you very much.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And if you'd like, we can take up number 24, Mr. Rojas Robledo. He is also in the unit and also doing a plea today.
And you're also representing him?
Yes, he's also my client.
Let's do both then. I will also call 14156 CR, State versus Argelio Villaner Rojas Robledo. Okay, Mr. Tennyson, can you say your client in the 23, can you just say his name for me?
Miguel Angel Ixmatlahua. Ixmatlahua. Yeah.
Okay, that's the part I need. I know how to say Martinez. So
yes, we usually just call him Mr. Martinez.
Okay. All right. So I'll hear from the state in numbers 23 and 24.
Yes, Your Honor. In exchange for each defendant's plea of either guilty or no contest, as the case may be, to the allegations of criminal trespass contained in the complaint and information on file with the Kinney County Clerk's Office, the state and the defendant have agreed, the state recommended and the defendant has agreed to as memorialized in the plea papers bearing his signature in each case, to a sentence of confinement in the case of Mr. Miguel Angel Ixmatlahua Martinez, cause number 14150 CR, 41 days with credit for time served. And in the case of item number 24, 14156 CR, Argelio Villaner Rojas Robledo, 30 days with credit for time served. There's payment of no fine and any confinement in excess of the sentence today imposed, we would ask the court to apply in satisfaction of the court costs. Otherwise, the court costs are waived. That would be the agreement in each case, Judge. We'd ask the court to take notice of the contents of the court's file to support the plea.
Any objection to that, Mr. Tennyson?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, so Mr. Ixmatlahua and Mr. Rojas, I need you to raise your right hands because I'm going to swear you in as witnesses, both of you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sí, su señoría. Sí, su señoría.
Thank you. Okay, now, gentlemen, I need to make sure you understand what we're doing here today. This is a negotiated plea of either guilty or no contest, and what that means is in exchange for the state's recommendation on punishment, you've agreed to plead. Therefore, they don't have to go to trial. You understand that that's the proceeding we're doing. And you had discussions with your attorney, Mr. Tennyson, about the various ways you can take care of these charges, and you've decided that your best option is a plea of either guilty or no contest in exchange for that recommendation. Is that correct? No one has promised you anything or threatened you with anything to get you to plead guilty today. Mr. Tennyson, do you believe that your clients are competent to make those decisions?
I do, Judge.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, you have signed some documents, the plea papers. I need to know that you reviewed them with your attorney and understood completely what was in there before you signed anything. Is that correct? From both? Okay. And if you had any questions about anything that was in the plea papers, you made sure you asked Mr. Tennyson and he explained it to your satisfaction before you signed anything. And you do understand that by pleading guilty or no contest today, you are giving up a number of valuable rights, and that is something you are doing of your own free will. Okay, you also understand that there are immigration consequences to this plea. In other words, you may not be able to ever re-enter the United States. You may not ever be able to obtain permanent residence or citizenship in the United States because of these pleas. You understand that? And nevertheless, you wish to proceed to a plea today. All right, so then Mr. Miguel Angel Ixmatlahue Martinez, to the offense of criminal trespass with enhancements, how do you plead?
Judge, I will enter a plea of not guilty as his duly appointed counsel.
Thank you. And Mr. Argelio Villaner Rojas Roblero, how do you plead?
I will enter a plea of no contest as his duly appointed counsel.
Okay. Did you want to enter a plea of no contest for Mr. Ixmatlahue too?
I apologize. I misspoke.
Okay. All right. Let the record reflect that these are both pleas of no contest. I find that these are knowing and voluntary pleas. I accept the state's recommendation and assess punishment as follows. For Mr. Miguel Angel Ixmatlahue Martinez, 41 days confinement, credit for time served. Any excess time will be credited against court costs. Other than that, no court costs, no fine. Mr. Rojas Roblero, 30 days confinement, credit for time served. Excess time credited against court costs. Other than that, no fine, no court costs. Anything further from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like the court to confirm with each of these individual defendants that, in fact, these are their pleas because their attorney entered the pleas, not them. And so
Yes, Judge. And as their attorney, I have the legal authority to act on their behalf. Mr. Shapley is requesting something that has no real purpose or basis for being requested.
All right. Do you have what's the reason for requesting that, Mr. Shapley?
Well, they're before the court, and I'd like to, I don't want to encounter some claim of involuntariness later on down the line. So,
okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask each of these gentlemen this question. Mr. Ixmatlahue.
I would just mention that this is a violation of the attorney-client relationship. It's my job to represent them before the courts. And any claim of involuntariness is a claim against me. It is not something that Mr. Shapley should be attempting to invade right now.
All right. I am not going to let Mr. Shapley invade it, but I am going to ask each of these gentlemen. You heard Mr. Tennyson enter a plea of no contest on your behalf, Mr. Ixmalahwe, was that your instruction to him? Did you ask him to do that for you?
Yeah. Sí, su señoría.
Okay, Mr. Rojas Roblero, you heard Mr. Tennyson enter a plea of no contest for you. Was that your instruction to him? Is that your desire? Okay, Mr. Shapley, does that satisfy the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Anything further on these cases?
Not from the state.
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen, you are excused. I believe that's everyone in Segovia. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, excuse me. I'm sorry. We have the additional in-person pleas that we discussed this morning. If you'd like, I can announce them as add-ons for the record. The unit has been notified. They're all incarcerated.
Okay,
and they're
so
ready
then,
to go.
all right, I don't want to do all those right now. We're going to circle back to Mr. Duran's request.
Okay, Judge, thank you. And Ms. Jones, just for your information, we did forward you the email that has the cause numbers and defendants listed. Ms. May, we sent that to Ms. Greenwald. If you'd like it directly to you, please provide us your chat and your email in the chat, and we can send that to you as well.
Of course. Okay. If it's okay, can we put that off until after we take care of this case involving the Uvalde DA? I just need you to tell me if you need to. Okay. Okay, all right. Mr. Duran, remind me of the docket number of your case, please, sir.
Yes, it's number 7 on the docket.
7.
Luis Ángel Flores Espinosa.
Okay. I believe I saw in the chat that Mr. Flores Espinosa is present, but let's find out. I'll call number 7, 13074 CR, State of Texas versus Luis Ángel Flores Espinosa. And Mr. Duran of the Uvalde District Attorney's Office for the states.
Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
It's my understanding that Ms. Cruz is currently, has a case being called currently in the 63rd, and she's almost finished with that. So she'll be back in just a few minutes.
Okay. Mr. Duran, I'm really trying.
I know you don't. I know.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for putting you in this position, and by no means I believe that my time is more valuable than anyone's. It's just that
she's present.
I have this. Oh, well, she's right here.
Okay, all right. So Ms. Cruz, I thought I saw Mr. Flores Espinosa on the chat. Is he present at this time?
1 second, Judge. He may have dropped off. He was having connection issues.
Yeah, I don't see him now.
Right, he was on. He had been. I think he'd been on for about at least 20 minutes. Unfortunately for us, during the time that we didn't call him. If Mr. I'm sorry, is it Duran?
Duran, yeah.
If Mr. Duran would accept his message on the chat as his presence, we could continue now, Judge.
Yeah, it's okay by me.
Okay, all right. So I note for the record that Mr. Flores Espinosa was present. I did see him communicating via the chat function, and that the state has waived his presence at this time, since he seems to have had some difficulty with the technology, and who amongst us has not? So we'll proceed. So Mr. Duran, on behalf of the state, did you have anything in pretrial?
No, that I know, Your Honor. I know there's a motion to inspect property, but I don't know if that's gonna be here today.
Okay, was that the one where the state was going to try and reach a agreement with defense counsel? I kind of thought that was Ms. Moore's case.
That was Ms. Rachel Garza, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson.
Okay, so
Similar circumstances, but a different case.
Okay, go ahead then, Ms. Cruz.
Judge, I would also just note that I believe I also have a motion for discovery that's still pending. Yes, we also have a motion for discovery. I will just say, based on the motion for discovery, there is a standard order, I guess, that follows the motion for discovery that has been entered in many, many cases. So we would just be requesting for that order to be signed. I think that motion's been on file for some time, but hasn't been ruled on. And I do apologize, Judge, because I was juggling the two courts, if I can just have a brief moment to open up. Apart from juggling the two courts, my computer was also crashing. So I apologize for all of the inconveniences on my part.
Okay, I'm going to research that. This is a very familiar name, so I thought I had
that's
completed
because
a motion for discovery or something.
It was a motion to dismiss, Judge, that you did.
This is that one. Okay. Yeah, I will get you a motion for discovery today. My apologies. I thought I had done that.
No, it's okay. And so for the motion to inspect, if you just give me a quick second. I'm trying to for the motion to inspect, I mean, like as I said, there are some parallels to what Ms. Garza presented last week. I'm pretty sure it was last week. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago, with when Mr. Wilson was here. We're basically requesting to be able to confirm the notice element of criminal trespass, which obviously is a requirement for someone to be able to commit criminal trespass. I believe in this case, the allegation is that the property is 100% enclosed by a fence, and we haven't received in discovery, which is why we had a motion entered, all of the information that we believe that would either prove or disprove that that allegation in the complainant information. And so we are requesting that our investigator be allowed to video the property, because even though some images were turned over, Judge, they don't provide enough context. You know, it's not a picture of every 5 feet. It's different pictures, and it's hard to piece together what we're looking at. And so that's why we were requesting to do our own investigation as required to provide my client effective assistance of counsel under the constitutions, both of Texas and the U.S., to do our own research and defense and be able to come up with those defenses. And so that is what we're requesting. And because there was that involvement by the complaining witness / prosecutor, and the prosecutor was involved for many months, about 7 or 8 months, we do believe that there is some leeway in the interest of justice that my client requires in order for him to be able to effectively and justly create a defense, if there is any, but we don't know until we go and see the property for ourselves in regards to the notice issue.
Okay. Mr. Duran, is there anything that you wanted to say in response? Let me say something first, though, because that may move this along. With regard to the other case that involved Mr. Wilson, and you said it was Ms. Garza, where we left that one was that they were going to enter into negotiations regarding inspection of the property and perhaps some other discovery issues. And they were going to come back they were pretty optimistic that they could reach an agreement on that issue and come back to me with a proposed order. Haven't seen it yet, but have hopes. So I am probably going to direct you to do this, enter into the same type of negotiations with the state and see if you can reach an agreement. But if I recall, and I think I do, that was where we left that one, and I want to be consistent about that. So if you have the opportunity to negotiate with the state on that, it sounds like they're not at least thoroughly opposed to allowing inspection to occur. So I'm not going to make an order on that case unless Mr. Duran has compelling and different circumstances that he wants to explain to me.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may, the position of the state right now on this particular motion is that we do not agree to, first of all, I don't think we have the authority to make a private person to get invade his property because we want to. So first of all, we don't think that we have that authority, and we definitely are objecting to that motion, and we think it shouldn't be granted. I reviewed the motion, and it says that despite numerous discovery requests, no photos have been provided, and to my knowledge, since yesterday, I don't know when, but at least 85 files were put on the portal for discovery. I think around 40 photographs and 40 videos. So we don't believe that they have to go inside the property to review whatever they want to review. If they want to go as any other person to the outside of the property and check it out, obviously we don't have any problem with that, as any other person has the right to, to be on any public road. But to go and invade the property of a citizen, it's also a constitutional violation. We don't see the point. The state has the burden of proof that there was actually a sign that is prohibited the entry. Section 30.05 of the Penal Code established that a fencing or other enclosure obviously designed to exclude intruders, it's enough notice that the entrance is forbidden. So we just think that this motion it's irrelevant for the case. We have actually 40 photographs and 40 videos showing the property, and if there's not enough video for them, they can also, sorry to repeat, but like any other citizen, go to the public road and check out the property. But invading the property of a person without hearing them.
I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. Duran, but I think I'm.
Yeah, you got the point. Yeah, sorry.
I got the point. So it does sound like they are objecting. Ms. Garza, am I remembering correctly that was your case? You're on the call now, so let's pull you in here.
Yes, sorry. I hopped on for that reason.
I also just wanted to point out that my client is now present and he has his video on, just for the record.
Okay, yes, he is here. Okay, I note that he is back on the call. All right, Ms. Garza, quickly,
yes.
Tell me what, I'm
so
sorry. Okay,
my recollection.
Hang on just a second. Ms. Jones, yes ma'am. Okay.
We'll waive interpretation at this point.
All right, they waive interpretation. I'm sorry to interrupt you so rudely, Ms. Garza, but go ahead.
No worries at all, Judge. So on January 26th, you heard my motion to inspect property with Mr. Wilson, and mine was for a very limited purpose of inspecting the fencing. Mr. Wilson's only objection at that time was that it not be a fishing expedition. And so you granted the motion with the, and instructed myself and Mr. Wilson to get together on a proposed order that had, my needs in it, and then also his limitations as well. I attempted to work with Mr. Wilson to do this. I sent him a draft order a couple of days after that, asked him for his edits. He responded to me with argument and no edits. And I sent him the order multiple times, requesting edits. I never received edits back. And then a couple of days ago, I went ahead and sent my proposed order, which I think is sufficient. It tailors the inspection to just the notice under 30.05, and I sent it over to the court coordinators and CC'd Mr. Wilson on that. And so that's my recollection of what happened about 2 weeks ago. And the deadline for that was today, and I haven't seen anything from Mr. Wilson.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's very helpful. Okay, so sounds like to me that the state does not want to enter into, that the state is opposing the motion to inspect, and that I am going to have to make a decision on that. So anything further on those issues?
Yes, Judge. I actually didn't hear the part where Mr. Ludon said that something was sufficient to provide notice. If you could just repeat that part.
Yeah, a fencing or other enclosure obviously designed to exclude intruders or to contain livestock.
And so, Judge, based on what he represented, of course, that going on a public road, and really I believe in this, in many of these cases, it's a highway, which obviously would be dangerous. But being on that road, of course, anyone can. However, the property is not only on a public right-of-way. And Mr. Udon, I'm sorry, can you tell us how large the property is? How many acres? I don't have that data with me. Yeah, Judge. I mean, most of these ranches are many, many acres long. There's no way that from the front of a property, we would be able to see with our naked eye where the fence extends to, and if there are any gaps in that fence, which obviously would provide a defense. And also, there is no clear indication where my client allegedly crossed through and whether there were any signs at that point. And so these are all part of an investigation that we have to do. The officers in these cases obviously didn't do a thorough investigation because, of course, they're not doing an investigation in a way that would benefit our clients. And we believe that it's important for us to do that, and not just important, but it's a requirement for effective assistance of counsel to be able to research and investigate any and all defenses that may be eligible for our client. And so that is why we are requesting an order. And again, specifically and different from Ms. Garza's case, this is a situation where for many, many months, the complaining witness had a hold of this case, had a hold of the evidence, denied providing that information.
Ms. Cruz, I don't want to cut you off in your argument, but I think you're to the point where I've heard what you have to argue. I need a date that you want, a deadline for your motion for discovery.
A week would be great, Judge.
Is this your first pretrial or second pretrial?
No, you told me last time that this would be my final pretrial.
Okay. All right.
The motion that we had been.
When are you set for docket call?
I believe March. I think this is a March case, Judge. March trial case, but give me one quick second.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's March 9th and March 20th is the jury trial.
Okay. All right. A week before March 9th, whatever that is. That's like the last week of February. Mr. Duran, I'm going to enter a motion for discovery. It's an omnibus order, and I'm going to make, I didn't bring my phone in, so I don't have a calendar without switching screens. So whatever that week is before March 9th, that's going to be your deadline for discovery.
Yeah,
and I will rule on the motion to inspect property because it doesn't sound like there's going to be an agreement on that. Okay. Anything else on this case?
Yeah, Your Honor, and I just want to put on the record that as the counsel just said, they want to inspect the property just to see if there's any holes, I'm guessing, in the fence. So they're not raising that defense. They're trying to inspect to see if they raise the defense. So for now, no one has said that he didn't cross the fence.
Okay, I think I am fully briefed on the motion to inspect. I don't really want to spend any more time getting repetitive, counsel, on both sides. So I need to move on.
Okay, and just for counsel, I believe that you received the videos. That's what I've been told. Again, I'm covering for since yesterday. So if you need any more discovery, you can address that directly to me or to our assistant. I don't know if you have the contact information.
It's
and anything that you need. We already know what you want.
I'm going to let Mr. Duran. I'm going to let you talk to Ms. Cruz outside the hearing because we really do need to move on.
Yes.
And Judge, the last thing would be that there is an EPC writ filed in this case, and so if we haven't submitted a request for a hearing, we will be doing that today. May my client be excused?
Yes.
Thank you. Luis Ángel Flores Espinosa, ¿qué te puedo decir? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right. At the interpreter's request, we are going to take a break now. Ms. Jones, 5 minutes, is that going to be enough? Oh, okay. All right. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go back to...
Judge, may I be excused? I actually didn't have any cases on the docket. May I be excused, Judge?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your help.
Have a good one.
Can I be excused, Your Honor? That was my only case.
So, well, just a second. Let me ask Ms. Garza a question. So you need you've supplied me with a proposed order and you need a ruling.
Yes,
You're not going to get into you're not going to have an agreement with Mr. Wilson after all.
No.
Doesn't sound like. Okay. All right. Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Duran, you're excused as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Your Honor, I have a quick update for you regarding case number 14 with the defendant that's present in Bristol. The defense counsel is currently in the 290th in court, and he will be joining us as soon as possible.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so we have I'm just looking, this is a email with regard to the Segovia unit cases. And we've taken care of, let's see, number 3. Let's do number 3, 12720CR, State versus Pedro Ramirez Pineda. Ms. Block.
Yes, Your Honor. This is a plea in absentia.
Okay, so I'll hear from the state.
Okay, Your Honor, in exchange for the defendant's plea of either guilty or no contest, as the case may be, to the allegations contained in the complaint information on file with the county clerk's office, the state recommended and the defendant agreed to a sentence of 57 days confinement with credit for time served, the payment of 0 fine, and either the court costs are waived or that they are Any confinement in excess of the sentence imposed would be absorbed into the court costs. That would be the agreement, Your Honor. We'd ask the court to take notice of the contents of the state's file. Of the
All
court's
right. Any objection to taking judicial notice of the court's own file?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Block, I will turn to you, and I need to know, first of all, that you have legal authority to represent Mr. Pedro Ramirez Pineda in this plea in absentia.
I do, Your Honor. We were appointed counsel.
And did you have the opportunity to discuss with him the various options he has with regard to taking care of these charges?
I was able to, yes.
And he decided, to the best of your knowledge, of his own free will, to proceed with this plea of guilty or nolo contendere in exchange for the state's recommendation. Is that also true?
Yes, Your Honor. It was nolo contendere.
And he made that decision without anyone making promises, threats, coercion of any kind. It was of his own free will.
Yes, Your Honor. Nothing outside of the plea agreement.
In your opinion, was he competent to make that decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you explained to him everything contained in the plea papers before he signed anything?
Yes, I did.
And you also explained to him the immigration consequences of a plea?
I did.
So at this time, ma'am, I need to ask you, your client, Pedro Ramirez Pineda, how does he plead to the offense of criminal trespass with enhancements?
He entered a plea of no contest or nolo contendere, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I find this is a knowing and voluntary plea. I accept the state's recommendation. Assess punishment at 57 days, confinement, credit for all time served, no fine, excess time to be credited against court costs. Other than that, no additional court costs. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Block, if that was your only case, you're excused. Otherwise,
it is not. I have number 2 on the docket, and he's present.
Okay. All right. We'll get to them in a minute. Let's see if we can't. Well, we can't do Briscoe because we don't have a defense counsel. So let's continue with Segovia. That was 3 on the docket. Next one, the add-on docket we've already taken care of. We then have cases that did not make it onto the docket, and I'll call those. These people, I believe, are in custody in Segovia. Mr. Trevino, is that your understanding as well?
Yes, I got a total of 6 for Attorney Joanne Sanderson.
Okay, yes, 6. All right, so I'll call 148. Well, let's see, these are all sequential. Are these all pleas? Are these co-defendants?
Yes, Your Honor. Joanne Sanderson for each of the defendants. Initially, I want to thank Your Honor, the court, and the state for getting these defendants seen so quickly so that they needn't spend any additional time in jail than their plea agreement calls for. Each of them was arrested together, and it was the same circumstances, and each of their plea agreements are the same as well.
Okay, very good. Let me call them all together then. These are 14183 CR, State versus Jose Guadalupe Alvarez Castillo. 14184 CR, State versus Monico Martinez Aguilar. 14185 CR, State versus Jorge Luis Navarro Perales. 14186 CR, State versus Rosendo Ortiz Hernandez. 14187 CR, State versus Enrique Perales Espinosa. And 14188 CR, State versus Carlos Alberto Ramirez Perez, all represented by Ms. Joanne Sanderson. And I'll hear from the state on these 6 cases.
Yes, Your Honor. In exchange for each individual defendant's plea of either guilty or no contest, as the case may be, and indicated on their plea papers, to the allegations of criminal trespass contained in the complaint information on file, with the Kinney County Clerk's Office, the state recommended, and each defendant has agreed, as memorialized by his signature on the plea papers, to a sentence of confinement. In each case, it would be 30 days with credit for time served, no fine, and no court costs, either a waiver of court costs or any confinement in excess of the sentence the court imposes today would be applied in satisfaction of the court costs. And that would be the agreement in each case, Your Honor, and we would have the court take notice of the court's file in each case in support of the pleas. And that concludes the state's presentation, Judge.
All right. Any objection to judicial notice, Ms.
No,
Anderson?
Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, I am going to swear you in as witnesses. If you would please raise your right hands for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. All right, you may lower your hands. I'm going to ask you the same questions until we get to the actual plea, and then I will ask you individually, just so you understand. And you do need to answer out loud so that the interpreter can tell us what you said, translating from Spanish to English. Okay? All right, first of all, I need to know, do you understand that we are here on negotiated pleas of guilty or no contest? What that means is, in exchange for the state's recommendation on your punishment, you have agreed to enter a plea that will allow them to not go to trial in these cases. You understand that? And you've had a chance to talk to Ms. Sanderson, all of you have had a chance to talk to Ms. Sanderson, your attorney, about these charges and the way you can take care of them. You've decided that your best options are this plea of probably no contest. Is that right, Ms. Sanderson?
Yes, Your Honor, for all six it will be.
Pleas of no contest are your best option, and that's a decision you made of your own free will. No one has promised you anything, threatened you with anything, or coerced you in any way to make that decision. And Ms. Sanderson, do you believe that each of these defendants is competent to make that decision?
I do, Your Honor.
Now, gentlemen, you've each signed the plea papers in each of your cases. And I need to know that you understood everything that was in those plea papers, read them, reviewed them with your attorney before you signed anything. Is that correct? And if you had any questions about what was in the plea papers, you asked your attorney, she explained it to you to your satisfaction. Thank you. And I also need to make sure that you understand there are possible immigration consequences to your entering a plea of no contest today. Did you discuss those with your attorney as well? In other words, your plea today may affect your ability to ever re-enter the United States, to obtain permanent residence or citizenship. Other consequences may ensue, but you nonetheless wish to proceed to a plea today. Is that correct? Thank you. All right, so at this time, I'm going to ask each of you individually to enter your plea to the charge. These are all criminal trespass cases, right, Mr. Shapley?
They are, Your Honor.
All right. To the offense, each of you is charged with the criminal offense of criminal trespass with enhancements, and I'm going to ask you to enter your plea to that charge at this time. Mr. Jose Guadalupe Alvarez Castillo, your plea, sir.
Your Honor, they are all pleading no contest. I understand Mr. Shapley would like to hear it from each of one of them, but they're each pleading no contest.
Okay, that is noted. I need to get it individually on the record, though. All right, so Mr. Alvarez Castillo, your attorney has stated that you wish to plead no contest. I'm not telling you how to plead, but if that helps you make your final decision, there it is. So I need your plea at this time, sir. Thank you. You may have a seat, sir. Mr. Monico Martinez Aguilar, your plea, sir. Mr. Jorge Luis Navarro Perales, your plea, sir. Mr. Rosendo Ortiz Hernandez, your plea, sir. Mr. Enrique Perales Espinosa, your plea, sir. And Mr. Carlos Alberto Ramirez Perez, your plea, sir. Okay, we didn't catch that, Mr. Ramirez Perez. Okay. All right, thank you very much. I find that these are knowing and voluntary pleas and voluntary. I think I didn't say that clearly enough. These are knowing and voluntary pleas. I accept the state's recommendation and assess each defendant's punishment at 30 days confinement, credit for all time served, no fine. Any additional time served will be credited against court costs. Other than that, no additional court costs. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Just again, my sincere thank you for getting these in so soon. They all appreciate it, as do I. And these are my only cases on today's docket. Please be excused.
Ms. Sanderson, thank you so much for your appearance and apparent deficiency. So the court appreciates that. And yes, ma'am, you are excused. Also, I believe that is everything in the Segovia unit. So the Segovia unit is excused as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. Okay. At this point, I'm going to, let's see, which, number 14, we still don't have Mr. Vail, right? Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Jones, you had something? No? Somebody was saying something.
I was here at the beginning of the docket, so I'm not sure if you called cases 9 through 12, so I just wanted to let you know that I am present, Your Honor.
Okay, I can't tell who's talking.
It's Cassandra Goodman, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Goodman, there you are. Okay, for some reason you weren't popping up on the Zoom. No, we have, alas, we have not gotten that far yet.
Okay, but I'm here. I just wanted to let Your Honor know I was a few minutes late.
Okay, Mr. Vail still is not present, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, so what I think we need to do now is go through in numerical order the docket, and then I'm going to note the presence of defendants if they are here, and then after I call that roll, we can allow them to leave unless their counsel wants them present, or if they just want to stay and listen to the pretrial in their case. They're certainly welcome to, but they don't have to, but not yet. Okay, so I'm just going to call quickly just the docket number, and counsel, if you just let me know if your client is here, and we'll note their presence or absence accordingly, and then we'll get back to the substance of pretrials. Number 1, State versus Elvin Alfredo Radalis, NDS.
Hi, Judge. He is present. He has his hand up on screen.
Presente.
Okay, yes, Mr. Radalis is here, so thank you very much, sir. Number 2, State versus Luis Angel Martinez Hernandez. I think
Here.
this is Ms. Block's client, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he is here. Great. Number 3, we took care of. Number 4, Roman Guzman Pacheco.
Hi, Judge. He is not present. Ileana Esparza with NDS.
Your Honor, this is the one that we sent you that motion yesterday afternoon.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll take that up. Yes, thank you. All right. Number 5 is off the docket. Number 6, Gabriel Mojica Romero.
Morning, Your Honor. He's present with counsel.
All right. And this is the one we have the suppression, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 7, we've taken care of. Number 8, Martin Puentes Puentes. TRLA.
He's here. Maybe he's turning his audio on.
Okay, Mr. Puentes Puentes, I need you to turn on your video so we can make sure you're here. All right, I see Mr. Puentes Puentes. He is raising his hand. He is present. Number 9 is, well, I'm going to call all these cases that belong to Ms. Goodman together. So 9, what is Ricardo Aguilar Peralta. 10 is Javier Pina Zermeno. 11 is Jose Alberto Feria Hernandez. And 12 is Francisco Javier Olvera Silva.
Yes, Your Honor. All are present. I'm not sure about Mr. Zermeno, if the interpreter would call his name.
Okay, so let's see.
Allow me.
I see Mr. Peralta, number 9.
José Alberto, no. Javier Piña Cermeño, ¿está presente? Levante su mano. No answer. In either channel.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jose Alberto Feria Hernandez, are you here? Yes, okay. I note Mr. Feria Hernandez is present, and Mr. Francisco Javier Olvera Silva. If you're here, sir, please turn on your video.
Presente.
Okay. All right, so yes, Mr. Olvera Silva is here raising his hand. And one more chance. Mr. Javier Pina Zermeno, are you here? Okay, no response there. 13, we've taken care of. 14, we're holding off for defense counsel. 15, let's see, Luis Alberto Gonzalez, if you are here, sir, please turn on your video. And that is Mr. Bibby's client. I don't see Mr. Bibby yet on the call.
No, Your Honor, we'll send him another email.
Okay, and but Luis Alberto Gonzalez, if you're here, turn on your video. Number 16, Yadier Nunez Quesada. Yes, Mr. Nunez is present, raising his hand.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you, Mr. Montalvo?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm fine. And number 17 is Danny Fabricio Chavez Calix.
Yes, he should be on, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chavez, if you are present, please turn on your video.
Chávez Calix está presente?
I saw him on earlier.
I see him, Judge. He's present. I see him.
Okay, state, I don't see him yet, but the state is acknowledging he's here. There he is. Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Chavez Calix is present. 18 is off the docket. 19, Reyes Gonzalez Hernandez.
Jamie Spencer Trala, he lives here, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez Hernandez, please turn on your, there he is. Okay, Mr. Gonzalez Hernandez is present. 20 and 21 we've taken care of. 22, Jose Francisco Reyes Barrios.
Yeah, Juliana Esparza with NDS. I did see him on previously. It looks like he dropped off. I do ask that we recall him at the end of the docket.
Okay.
Actually, I did see him, so the state wouldn't be opposed to taking up, stipulating to his presence and taking up whatever motions council has.
All right, Ms. Esparza, is that satisfactory?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that's everyone on the docket. So at this time then, defendants, unless you've been instructed otherwise by your attorney or you want to stay on the call, you're welcome to do that. But I am excusing you at this time. So you may, please make sure you stay in contact with your lawyer so that they can give you further directions. And do we want to tell people when their next, is everybody on this docket on the same scheduling order?
Yes, Your Honor, their next appearance is for docket call 3-9, jury trial 320, both in person in Brackettville. There are a few that we've identified that need amended docket control orders filed. It says 314 on their scheduling order, and it should say 3-9 for the docket call. So we'll be filing those with the clerk's office today. And I believe those were for items number 1 and 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so all defendants present on the call, please know that your next appearance is an in-person docket call on March 9th. And if there's a correction that needs to be made, that will be made in the next day or two. Okay, so you're excused, gentlemen. Thank you for your attendance today. Okay, now, circling back to the beginning. Number 1, 10940 CR State versus Elvin Alfredo Rodales, NDS.
Yes, Judge. Hi. Attorney Hackabill reached out last night and said that they will be dismissing the case.
Oh, that makes my job easy. Thank you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go ahead.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all we need to do on that one then. You'll submit that motion and proposed order, Mr. Hackabill?
We just made that agreement last night, and so I'm having my staff prepare the motion.
Perfect. Number 2, 10984 CR, State versus Angel Martinez Hernandez.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Your Honor. It's Luis Angel, by the way.
Oh, yes, I skipped that. Luis Angel Martinez Hernandez, please proceed.
Your Honor, we have filed a writ alleging an equal protection violation, and I've also filed a writ hearing request, so we're asking that he be placed on the next available writ docket.
Mr. Shapley, on behalf of the state, anything?
No, Your Honor. I didn't see that last night when I was looking through the court's file, but I'll take Ms. Block's word for it.
It was filed about a month ago. Both of those were. So.
All right, and you're, I'm sure, well aware of the process for getting on the writ docket and a hearing. And
yes, so, I sent in the request, so just waiting on a date.
Perfect. Okay.
And can we just confirm? So I have that the next dates for him are March 14th and then March 20th trial, just to make sure we're all on the same page.
That would be a good thing. So yes, ma'am, Ms. Munoz.
Yes, Your Honor, this is one of the ones that I was identifying that we need to file the amended docket control order. March 14th was a date that was mistakenly given out. We do not have court March 14th. It will be March 9th for the docket call. And we'll file that today, Ms. Block, and we'll send you a copy of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm a little concerned about this because 314 is after 3-9, as even I can tell. So you do need to be in communication with your client and make sure they understand they need to be present on 3-9, or it's going to count against them, I believe.
My client's in Mexico and has no legal way to enter the country, so we'll deal with that when we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay, all right. Just so we're good on 3-9 though, right?
I understand, yes, that it will be changed to 3-9 with a trial date of 3/20.
Got it. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Number 3 we took care of. Number 4, 12800 CR State versus Roman Guzman Pacheco.
Hi, good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Ileana Esparza with NDS. I have filed a motion to withdraw on this case.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Shapley.
We're going to move for forfeiture of the bond in this case and for judgment in side. This is a case where another attorney had been assigned to the case and apparently had executed some citizenship papers and disappeared. And so there's no way for us to take the plea. I understand Ms. Esparza's difficulty, and we wouldn't oppose her trying to get off the case. But we would move for forfeiture of the bond and move this case over to the Sierra Fascia docket.
All right. Who is the prior attorney?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Amrita Jindal with the Lubbock Private Defender's Office. My office is responsible for all court appointments. And in this case, we had previously appointed attorney Nigel Redmond to this case. He is no longer on our Operation Lone Star Defense panel. He was removed from the panel about 4 or 5 months ago. I believe I can get the exact date if the court is interested. Mr. Redmond, I've reached out to Mr. Redmond several times by email and by phone at the request of the county attorney's office on this case to see if he would be willing to submit a declaration regarding this plea in absentia. I have not been able to get through to him despite my repeated attempts to reach him. I don't know what contact information he provided to Neighborhood Defender Service. When we do a reassignment, we ask, of course, that prior counsel follow their ethical and statutory obligations, including to pass on any information from the case file to new counsel. And I don't know if he provided that information to Neighborhood Defender Service to where they would be able to actually contact their client. So that's really where this stands. I'm happy to continue to try to reach him. I don't believe this client has been given notice of this court date. I don't believe the client is actually even on bond. I'm not positive, but this is a pretty unusual situation.
I agree. Seems to me that probably Mr. Guzman Pacheco thinks everything has been taken care of. And
exactly.
I think I'm going to deny the state's request motion at this time. I think what I would like to do in this case is issue a show cause to Mr. Redmond and have a hearing on why he has not communicated or cooperated with new counsel. So we will schedule that for a different date for a hearing on your motion, Mrs. Esparza, as well as a show cause to Mr. Redmond. That will probably take some time because we'll have to serve him. But I'm going to go to work on that. I think that is, in the interest of justice, I think that's the best way to proceed. Anything further from the state on that?
No, given the fact that Ms. Jindal is not certain that even a bond has been, the bail bond has been made in this case, the state would then ask the court to issue a warrant for the arrest of the defendant and renew our request that he be removed, that this case remain pending on that basis. I will let the court know that in the past, we've had one judge who issued a show cause for that attorney, and there was no hearing on that show cause ever. So I think we're stuck in limbo, and would like to move the case on.
Judge, I think the court's plan, if it goes as planned and Mr. Redmond comes to court and proves up the plea agreement that he executed with the individual that used to be his client at the time, it seems like that would then resolve the case and the case would close. So at this point, I don't think that a warrant is necessary. I will tell you that I'll continue my efforts to try to meet Mr. Redmond. We have had defense attorneys who, because the plea and abstention hearings are set much later than the actual plea paperwork is executed. This is not the first time we've had this scenario, but other defense attorneys have provided written declarations affirming that they met with their clients and are able to prove up the plea that way. So I think really what we need to do is communicate with Mr. Redmond. I don't want his client to either have a warrant or to be otherwise penalized because of his absence.
Okay, Mrs. Sparsa, anything else from you?
No, Judge, I would just ask for a date on the next hearing for the motion to withdraw.
Judge, Mr. Hackerbill would like to say something, I think.
All right, well, okay, well, since I'm letting two defense counsel represent defense, I'm going to let two people on behalf of the state, but normally I would really prefer if we just have one attorney per side. So, but Mr. Hackerbill, go ahead.
I understand that, Your Honor, and I think I'd like to make a couple of comments. First of all, I want to commend NDS and Mrs. Sparsa for filing the motion to withdraw. I think it's important to note for the record that we have heard from Ms. Jindal several times about this issue, that we have actually tried to address the problem with this numerous times, because what has happened here, and I'm not sure, I feel like you probably recognize, Judge, that this is a result of LPDO's practice of simply removing lawyers from cases and reassigning lawyers to cases.
Okay.
And it's amazing to me that this point has been raised because NDS has filed the motion to withdraw. And if the court is not going to issue a warrant for the defendant, I think and would emphasize it is important to try to get Mr. Nigel Redmond before the court to explain why
I'm going to issue a show cause for him to come to court, and if he doesn't come, we can get the sheriff to go get him, and we can resolve it that way. I mean, that's what we need. We need Mr. Redmond. That's bottom line. I mean, if I'm missing something, tell me, but that sure seems like what we need to me. I agree with you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else, Mr. Hackerbill?
Oh, that's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else? So we'll schedule this. I don't have any idea where Mr. Redmond lives, how we can find him, but we'll get to work on that. And in the meantime, I guess we can give you a date. I can't guarantee that it's going to happen on that date because we have to serve I don't see that anything needs to happen in this case until we find Mr. Redmond and get him to court or get him to talk to Mrs. Sparsa or resolve this somehow. Ms. Munoz.
Your Honor, he practices out of Waxahachie, Texas. We could offer a date of 3/13 if that's enough time. That's a Monday afternoon if Your Honor is available.
Good question. Give me just 1 second here.
Actually, Your Honor, I may have spoken to you earlier. I believe our court is that week. We could correspond, Your Honor. outside of court, if that's okay with the date, and provide notice. Oh, let me get the date, one moment. So is this only for the motion hearing, or is it for?
No, let's do it all.
Okay.
I think the motion, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think the motion would be moot if we get Mr. Redmond to come to court.
All right, Your Honor, we can offer Tuesday, March 7th.
All right, give me 1 second. I need to go get my phone. March 7th looks perfect to me.
Great, Judge. We'll go ahead and schedule that.
Okay. All right, we'll get to work on that. Anything else on this case?
Not from the state.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Sparza, if that's all you had, you're excused. Number 5, we've taken care of. Number 6, 13063 CR, State versus Gabriel Mojica Romero. That's scheduled for the suppression hearing today. Is there anything further, Ms. Etter?
No, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
Okay, so we'll move on to that motion to suppress when we finish this docket. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Thank you.
Number 7, we've taken care of. Number 8, 13208 CR. I'm sorry, somebody said something? No? Okay. Number 8, 13208 CR, State versus Martin Puentes.
Hi, Your Honor. Ariel Yano, Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid. I did file a selective enforcement writ on this case and hearing request in November. I do have a number of other motions, like a discovery request, a assertion of speedy trial, motion to quash for express consent, and a motion to inspect property.
Okay. And Mr. Shapley, on behalf of the state.
We would oppose the motion to inspect, as the court well knows, and we would we have no objection to the court entering an order on the motion for discovery. And I'm not sure what else what Ms. Yoon said, but I do note the court's file that there is a writ application on file. So.
Okay, so Ms. Yoon, have you made an application to get on the hearing docket on the writ?
Yes.
Okay, and that's pending?
Yes.
Okay, so week before docket call for completion of discovery, is that okay with you?
Your Honor, I would request it sooner. As far as complying with Brady, I do know that the County Attorney's Office does have a responsibility to provide it as early as possible to give the defense adequate time to prepare for trial.
Okay. Well, the state is under an obligation to give you Brady material
after trial,
even absent anything, right? So
that obligation persists even after trial. So
right. I am going to, let's see, March 9th, March 2nd. Yeah, I'm going to put a deadline for discovery on March 2nd, but Mr. Shapley is well aware of his obligations to disclose any exculpatory or potentially exculpatory material to the defense, and that's not subject to any order of the court. That's just the law. So
yes, Your Honor, but also within Brady, it does say that the defense is required to have the material at all discovery material that's relevant as soon as possible, so that we can prepare for trial. And it's difficult for the county attorney to be able to assess before trial what would end up being exculpatory. And so that is why the law is pretty broad, that discovery just needs to be provided as soon as possible. And it does worry me that if the county attorney's office has up until about 2 weeks before trial to provide discovery, that it could cause issues for trial. So that's why I always just would like to present the argument earlier rather than later.
All right, I appreciate that, ma'am.
No, Judge, it sounds to me like Ms. Yoon is withdrawing her writ application because the writ application is there to have a hearing prior to trial. And then if she loses, then she's going to appeal it. There's not going to be a trial. It'll be stayed. So that's what it sounds like to me. She's withdrawing her writ application.
I'm assuming if she was withdrawing it, she wouldn't have mentioned it. But Ms. Yoon, do you want to respond to that?
I would just respond to say I'm not withdrawing it.
All right. Okay. So those are my rulings on that. I'll make a ruling on the details of your motion for discovery and to inspect. And can you just give me that list one more time quickly?
Yes. So just discovery request, assertion of speedy trial, which both of those I do not believe need rulings. And then motion to quash for express consent. But I do believe that the county attorney's office has already filed a motion to leave or for leave to amend and a motion to inspect.
Okay. All right. I think we are
and if I could just
versed in all those motions. So
perfect. And if I could just add one just final note, because I know we've already spoken about the motion to inspect a lot today. But just the final note is that the argument that it's too much of a burden, that there's no right that the defense should have any access to investigating private property. I do think that the problem here is that all of these cases are reliant on affidavits where the owners are complying with law enforcement and allowing law enforcement to surveil their property constantly. And so I do believe that it's important that the defense has also access to just a limited area of the fence to ensure that there is proper notice. But that's all I just wanted to add, because I do think that that makes it unique circumstances. It's not, let's say, a victim of burglary who's not complying with law enforcement before these charges even happen.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yoon. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I will get you a discovery order, Ms. Yoon, and I think that's really all I need to do as far as my obligations, and same admonishment with regard to exculpatory evidence, Mr. Shapley. Number 9, 13272 CR, State versus Ricardo Aguilar Peralta, Ms. Goodman. Ms. Goodman, did you want me to call all your cases together?
Sure, Your Honor. I believe they're all in the same posture.
All right. Then I'll also call 10 on the docket, 13275 CR, State versus Javier Pina Zermeno. 11 is 13457 CR, State versus Jose Alberto Feria Hernandez. And 12 on the docket, 13646 CR, State versus Francisco Javier Olvera Silva, all represented by Ms. Cassandra Goodman. And on behalf of the state, Mr. Shapley, is that you?
That's me, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll hear from the state. Did you have anything in pretrial?
I think in all these cases, we may have filed a motion to amend, for leave to amend the information. But I think in most cases, an order has been entered, although I don't have that noted. Other than that, I don't have anything for the court. I don't see any defense motions that were on file, at least last night. So,
okay.
Your Honor, I believe there was.
Let me just address Mr. Shapley's motions first, Ms. Goodman.
Okay.
I believe it or not, I'm not going to let him speak for you. So, I'm going to let you speak for yourself. But Mr. Shapley, I signed a bunch of those orders I'm going to say a week ago, week and a half ago, if you would double check, because it may very well be that there is a signed order in the process somewhere. And
Yes,
if not, then, well, then I guess you need to file a motion to amend. So, but then now I'll turn to Ms. Goodman. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the state did file a motion maybe 2 days before our last hearing to prevent us from reassigning counsel. And I think it was Mr. Peralta's case, and I believe it is in Mr. Peralta's case and the other 3 cases that are on today. I just wanted to inform Mr. Shapley and the court that I did file a response in opposition to those motions. And I don't know if the court, I know Mr. Shapley has not seen the opposition, and so I'm not opposed to having the case set out to hear argument on that if the court is amenable to it. In addition, the state, I've been trying for about a couple weeks now to get plea offers that may have been extended to previous counsel from the state, and I received it, I think, 2 days ago, 1 or 2 days ago. I have not had the opportunity to actually speak to any of my clients about those offers, and so I would ask for time to do that.
Okay, so Mr. Shapley, have those motions that the state has been filing on, it's really more aimed at the administrative office than at the individual attorney, right?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay.
It's aimed at the whole idea that Lubbock Private Defender's Office is exercising judicial prerogatives in not only assigning, which we believe the emergency order allows them to do, assign counsel, but we don't believe they are allowed to remove counsel at will, as they've been doing. And the prior attorney on Ms. Goodman's cases was Pablo Palomenque, and I encountered him to be very diligent and on the ball in terms of dealing with his clients. So we are never furnished with a reason for that. So I would take Ms. Goodman up on the idea of maybe having a hearing on that motion at a later date. I have not seen her response. And of course, like you say, Judge, our motion is not directed at Ms. Goodman in any way. It's the whole administration of how this is going down.
Okay, well, it seems like it would be appropriate to have a hearing on all those motions together, since it's all going to be the same evidence, same argument. I'm not going to do that today.
Well, if the court, I know Ms. Goodman's in between a rock and a hard place. Today is a 20-to-1 hearing. I didn't see any motions on file. So the state's not going to be opposed to allowing her another 20-to-1 hearing date. For example, the next hearing date could serve as her 20-to-1. We could take up any motion she wants to file at that time regarding the merits of the case. But other than that, we would ask the court for some other time to take up these motions to prohibit the removal of counsel.
Okay, here's what I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Shapley. I don't know. Well, let me ask you a question. Is your time in this court limited? I mean, not today. I mean, like, I know you have a new job, new old job.
I'm here for the duration, Judge. It's not limited at all. Now, I will say that I was fixing to announce the appearance of additional lawyers here. There is Mr. Edward Shaughnessy. He is a new assistant county attorney in Kinney County. And then I just saw behind Mr. Hackabill is Mr. Roberson, I think. I can't see that well, but I think that's him. So we do have 4 prosecutors present, just to let the court know.
Okay, well, as long as you're still prosecuting for Kinney County, I'm going to address this to you, since you seem to be the mouthpiece for the state in most of these cases.
Well, I am today.
I would like a list of all the cases in which you have filed these motions challenging the substitution of counsel. And we will have a hearing on all of them if I'm assuming that other judges also have these in when they're presiding. But the ones that have come to my attention, I'd like to hear them all at the same time. Just because I think that it would be quite repetitious to take them up one at a time. If you'd get me a list of that, and we can figure out how to schedule those for hearing.
And Your Honor,
Good morning.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Jindal, go ahead.
Good morning, Judge. This is Amrita Jindal with the Lubbock Defender's Office.
Yes,
as Mr. Shapley noted, because this motion is essentially directed at my office, I have drafted a letter that addresses much of the state's concerns regarding our authority. I do want to let the court know that this issue was raised before Judge Powell on Tuesday, so Your Honor is not the first to hear it. Judge Powell did deny the state's motion and confirmed that the reassignment authority was within LPDO's implied grant of powers through the Supreme Court's emergency order, but we do have some written documentation that we would be happy to provide in all of these cases, and I will make myself available at this hearing.
Well, I'm going to object to that recitation as being completely inaccurate. So.
Okay, we're not hearing these cases, these motions today, so I appreciate your input, Ms. Jindal. I'm not going to hear argument on a motion that's not set, so we'll set these, and then we will let you know what the date is. Is there anything else with regard to pretrial, Ms. Goodman?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to note that although this is not directed at the individual attorneys, it does have potential impact on the cases that we are representing clients on. Because if a judge or a court were to rule in their favor, they would essentially be asking a different attorney to take over the case, and I'm actually working up the case. And so that creates a little bit of a problem for the clients and for us in preparing for the trial. And so I would ask that the court suspend or put a stay on the cases, the in-person docket call and the trial date pending the results of this hearing, so we can ascertain which attorney will actually be handling the case before we continue to move forward with the trial. I will continue to manage the cases and the clients, but I just wanted to let the court know I don't think it would be efficient for us to move forward as if I know I'm going to be on the case when I don't know how the court's going to rule. So.
Okay. Let me say for the record that as far as I'm concerned, at this point, Ms. Goodman, you are defense counsel in these cases, and you should proceed accordingly. If you have a plea offer from the state, then I would encourage you to take that to your clients, and if they are interested in that, then we'll take it up. I don't think that the motion from the state needs to affect your representation at this time. And if a plea is entered, then the motion, in my opinion, might be moot. I mean, there are a number of cases where this issue has been raised, so I'm sure it'll come up whether it's with your clients or otherwise. But at this point, I'm putting it on the record that that's my position, and you should proceed accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to clarify for the record, the next court date for my clients in this case would be March 9th, and that would be the second pretrial.
I think that's docket call, but let's ask Ms. Munoz. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the 3-9 is for docket call. It's in person here in Brackettville at the courthouse. Your Honor, we did have a question about number 10, if they were present for this hearing.
They were not.
I've noted, hang on just a second. I have noted that Mr. Javier Pena-Zermena was not present when I called roll. Let's double check and see if he's here now. I don't see anything that would indicate he's here. Mr. Javier Pena-Zermena, if you are here, please turn on your video. Doesn't look like he's here. So, Mr. Shapley, you wanted to mention something.
Yes, Your Honor, because I was going to bring that up, that since he's not here, would move for forfeiture of the bond in judgment NISI.
Do you know how many hearings he's had? I don't have it on this docket.
Yes, this is his 5th setting.
Okay, Ms. Goodman, I'll hear from you on your client's failure to appear today.
Your Honor, I would just ask that the court allow me an opportunity, maybe a 1-week reset, to be able to contact my client. I have not spoken with Mr. Zimeno. I know that we have been trying to get additional contact information for some of the clients that have been reassigned to me. And given the fact that it is an in-person, his next court date is the in-person docket, I would ask that the court allow me one week reset to do so.
Okay, so if this is his fifth appearance, fifth failure to appear, I am going to grant the state's motion, and capias will issue on Mr. Javier Pena-Zermeno. Ms. Goodman, I just want to let you know that if your client does make contact with you or vice versa, I'm happy to entertain a motion to reinstate the bond.
Judge, I apologize if I missed this, but when was the hearing on the appointment authority?
Don't know yet.
Oh, we haven't. Okay.
Okay. We'll let you know. Yes. Oh no, I take that back. It's March. When Ms. Munoz, remind me, March 2nd, March 9th. I don't remember.
Your Honor, we provided the date of, I believe it was March 9th. Sorry, one moment. For the show cause, it's 3/7. We had not yet provided a date for hearing these.
Okay, let's not do that yet. I need a list of, I want to, yeah. So I was right the first time. We haven't scheduled it yet. Okay.
We'll provide this to everyone.
Thank you. All right. Anything further on these cases,
Yes,
9 through 12?
For the 3 cases that I have that are moving forward that were present this morning, Your Honor, they do need a court date, and I believe the in-person docket call is the next court date, but I'm asking for an additional reset to allow for the motion to be heard by our response to the motion and arguments to be heard on that, as well as the plea offers. I believe Mr. Shapley did not object to a reset.
No, I object to a reset. I do not object to allowing counsel judge to go ahead and file her 20-to-1 motions, whatever she wants to file, in anticipation of trial. That's what I'm not objecting to. I will object to the reset, though. I think we need to keep these cases on the trial track.
Okay. So docket calls 3-9, and Ms. Goodman, I am going to grant you one additional pretrial. If you want, no, I don't want to do it. I'm just thinking out loud. Let's get another date. Let's make that easy for everyone. Give us a date for number 9, 11, and 12 on the docket, please, for an additional pretrial.
Your Honor, we can offer 2/16. You'll be hearing that setting next week.
2/16. Does that work, Ms. Goodman?
I think I would need more time than that, Your Honor, but I know that you're trying to figure out when to schedule the motions and everything else. I do think I need more than a week.
All right. How about the 23rd? I'll be presiding on the 23rd as well.
That's fine, Your Honor.
That's getting very close to the docket call, though. So
exactly, I know.
The hearing on the state's motion may be before that, but we'll give you a pretrial on the 23rd unless Ms. Munoz tells me otherwise.
That works, Your Honor. We'll make it happen.
2/23 on 9, 11, and 12 of the docket.
And Your Honor, would it be possible to waive my client's presence for that pretrial unless there's a plea agreement that's going to be reached?
State's position?
Well, it is a 20-to-1 hearing. I mean, that's what we're setting it for, right? And 20-to-1 requires the presence of the defendant. So.
Okay. Yeah. So I am going to deny that. If there's a specific reason, you know,
well, the reason
a particular defendant, then you might present that, but otherwise, I generally require the defendants to be present.
Understood, Your Honor. I think the reason was just basically that, these are indigent clients who do have to work, and they are it's cutting into that to be able to appear every single time. And they have been appearing most of them faithfully since the case opened. I think these cases are almost a year old. So that's why I was asking, just to give them that.
I do appreciate that, but I am going to deny it at this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to move on. Ms. Goodman, if that's all you had, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
13, we have taken care of, I believe. 14, Mr. Vale, still not here. So we'll come back to that one. 15, 13799, State versus Luis Alberto Gonzalez, Mr. Bibby.
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize for Mr. Gonzalez's absence today. He has been in contact with me. When he contacted me, I was looking at his felony case, which has not been indicted yet. So I didn't give him the information to be here for this setting.
Okay, so you're taking the bullet on his not being here today.
I am, Your Honor.
All right, got it.
He has asked me. And there was a filing issue on my part, or calendaring issue on my part.
Anything else? Anything that you have on file for Mr. Gonzalez today?
Seeing as I know we've done it with another case similar to this, where it's a smuggling and an operation of a stash house, Mr. Shapley has kind of stayed the prosecution on the stash house pending the indictment on the felonies.
Okay. And you're requesting that in this case
I would
as well?
request that in this case as well, Your Honor.
State's position.
I think the state's position is going to be that we'd like to keep it on the trial track, and the stay that Mr. Bibby's talking about, I think if that comes about, it should come about at the date of trial, but not before, because we need to keep it going forward and just not have the case out in limbo. So, and this is on the, I take it this is on the 3-9 and 320 trial track. So that's a month away. I'd like to keep it on the trial track, Judge.
Okay. State have anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll keep this on the trial track. I'm sure you're in negotiations with the state, both at the felony and the misdemeanor level, Mr. Bibby. But if you need a continuance closer to trial, perhaps we could take that up at a later date.
Okay.
All right. Anything else on this one?
So we'll be 3-9.
3-9 for docket call, 320 for trial.
Okay. All right. That is all.
Thank you, sir. If that's your only case, you're excused. Oh, you have something, Ms. Munoz?
I just wanted to remind Mr. Bibby that both of those settings are in person here in Brackettville for 3-9 and 320, Mr. Bibby.
Oh. Okay.
It's in-person docket call, in-person jury trial here at the courthouse.
I am leaving town on the 10th. That is going to be an issue. I'll see what I can work out and get back with you, Ms. Munoz. Unless there's anything the court can do to push that date, put on the next trial docket, maybe.
If you have, if counsel has a conflict, I prefer a written motion for continuance.
Okay. I'll file that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Thank you.
16, 13832 CR, State versus Yadier Nunez Quesada. Mr. Montalvo. Mr. Montalvo was here earlier. I don't see him, though.
And his client was here, too.
Yes, Your Honor, we did see him also. We'll try to reach out to him and see.
Okay, we'll come back to that one.
He has a writ on file, Judge, if that makes any difference to you.
It does, because I'm probably not going to take any action today on it then. But let's see what he has to say if we can get him back on the line. 17, 13835 CR, State versus Danny Fabricio Chavez Calix. Ms. Parada.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thank you.
All right. What, do you have anything for us in pretrial this morning? Well, it's probably not morning there anymore.
He is actually wanting to plea now, so we're just waiting on plea paperwork.
Okay. And do you anticipate how long that will take?
I don't expect it to take very long. If we get the paperwork this week, I'm sure we can get it done this week or next week at the latest.
Okay. State have anything on number 17?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So you have a plea offer and you're just in the process of conveying it to your client. Is that right, Ms. Parada?
We have a plea offer. We're just waiting on the paperwork.
Okay. All right. So if you just ask for a setting from the court staff when you get that all completed, I'm sure they can accommodate you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's see. 18 is taken care of. 19, 12804 CR, State versus Reyes Gonzalez Hernandez.
Judge J.D. Spencer for trial. I have the paperwork and am completing it. Haven't gotten it back to the county attorney for PIA. If I could have a couple of weeks.
Okay. Any objection to that, Mr. Shapley?
No, Judge, we just keep it on the trial track that it's already set on. I think there probably is.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. And so if Mr. Spencer gets the plea done, we can get that done before the next setting that's already been set.
Sounds good. Thank you.
I want to hear you make a sentence that has more variations on the word set in it, though.
Well, I'm having difficulty here speaking today, okay?
Well, yeah, join me in that world then, because that's me every day. Okay, 20 and 21 we've taken care of. 22, 14035 CR, State versus Jose Francisco Reyes Barrios.
Hi, Judge. Ileana Esparza. We have come to an agreement with the state. I am just waiting for the completed paperwork from my client.
And Mr. Shapley, anything to add with regard to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so when you get that completed, Mrs. Sparsa, of course, just let the staff know and they can schedule you.
Okay, thank you so much. And Judge, that was the last matter for myself. May I be excused?
You may. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think everything else has been taken care of with the exception of a couple of cases where we were waiting for counsel. On number 14, any word from Mr. Vale?
No, Your Honor, we just contact him again. Mr. Montalvo is reconnecting right now, though.
Okay, so Mr. Fletcher, apologies for keeping you on the line so long, sir.
No problem, Your Honor.
It looks like we're going to have to reschedule this case. We're at the end of the docket. Mr. Vale's still not available. Can't do anything without defense counsel. So can we just reschedule this for next week when I'm on?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd suggest 216 as a pretrial setting.
All right, let's do that.
Understood, Your Honor. I will let the confinee know and we'll be ready for next week.
All right, appreciate your patience, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all have a good
You're
day.
excused. You too. And number 16, we're just waiting for Mr. Montalvo. He's connecting. I can see. You know what? It was my plan to take a break before we did the motion to suppress, but since we're waiting for Mr. Montalvo to get on the line, how about if we take a 5-minute recess at this time, and then if anyone needs an additional break before the motion to suppress, just let me know and we can do that. But at this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Let's resume the pretrial docket in Kinney County. Yes, ma'am. Of course. Well, let me ask this. We probably need an interpreter for the motion to suppress scheduled right after this docket call. Do we have a different interpreter for that, Ms. Munoz? Do you know?
No, Your Honor, we were not made aware of any conflicts with the interpreter schedule for today, so we can reach out.
Right, but we're gonna, Ms. Etter, hang on just a second. Ms. Etter, is your client here?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't, maybe he's just not on the Spanish channel, but he has been present all morning. And he is still present.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Ms. Jones. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm glad you brought that to our attention. Thank you. Okay, in the meantime, we have number 16 on our docket, 13832 CR State versus Yadier Nunez Quesada, Mr. Montalvo.
Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize. I guess I misheard the court. I understood that once we announced earlier that we were set on the DCO for March. So my client asked me if he could be let off of Zoom. So I'm trying to get him back on. He's been on there all morning.
That's fine. I did excuse the defendants. So unless you want him here, I mean, if you want him here, that's your call.
No. Okay, perfect. Then I understood that right.
Here. Oh, and I see we have Mr. Vale. Mr. Vale, let me just take care of this one real quick, Mr. Montalvo.
Okay.
So we reset you for 216.
Okay, Judge.
I'm sorry. If I'd known you were going to be able to get on the call, I would have held the Briscoe unit a little longer, but I let them.
That's okay, Judge. No, I apologize. For some reason, we got our wires crossed on the setting. We didn't realize that we had the setting today. It was on our calendar, and for some reason, we thought it got moved. So I really apologize for being tardy. It was definitely not my intention. That's fine. February 16th. It'll be at 9 o'clock, Your Honor?
Yeah, 9 o'clock Central. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. And will it also be Zoom, or do you want me to be in person?
No, that will be a Zoom.
Okay, ma'am. Well, may I be excused? And again, I apologize for any disruption in your docket today. I am really sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. And we will see you on the 16th. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, returning to you, Mr. Montalvo. What do we have on this case today?
Your Honor, at this time, I think this is a pre-trial. Last time we were set for me to review discovery. I made a request yesterday to get onto the platform, or the prosecutor's platform, and I still have not reviewed it, or it's not available. At least what it says. I would simply request to pass today, and just to appear on that March setting, as previously noted.
Okay, so you're not able to review the discovery that's been uploaded. Is that what you're telling me?
Right. So the platform. So you have to get logged in to the platform, and it sends a message, I think, to the county attorney's office, and then they make the evidence available through that portal. I just can't see that evidence. It's not uploaded on my end, which I think it might be just like a technical thing.
Well, that's a problem, though. So let's see. Mr. Shapley, do you have any light to shed on that?
I do not, Judge. We'll look into it at the county attorney's office to see if we can't facilitate that for Mr. Montalvo. But I often have problems logging on, so I can't speak to whatever problems he's having at this point.
And I guess if I could ask, Mr. Shapley, do you have an email I can send you some conference information on this case?
Yeah, it's BPUSR at 452da.net. And I'm hearing from my staff that that the discovery was sent to you this morning, okay, per your request yesterday. All right.
Okay.
So you might look for it, okay.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, so Judge, I would simply ask if we could pass for today. We're already scheduled in March. I believe that's an in-person, but by then I'll have better information between the state and the defense.
Okay, so that's March 9th, in-person, docket call, Bracketville. That's the information you have, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I would suggest, I'm sure this court staff is going to be thrilled to hear me say this, but I would suggest if you have further problems with the discovery that if you want to request an additional pretrial, contact the court staff and I will direct them to give you another setting. Sounds like that probably isn't necessary. There's just a little lag between you requesting the discovery and receiving it. So if you would double check on that, but I am going to grant you an additional pretrial if you need it under these circumstances.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this case?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Not from the defense.
Thank you. You're excused. Now, I believe that completes the morning's pretrial docket. If there's anyone on the call who has business before the court who I have not called upon, now is the time to let me know.
Judge, I was just wondering on the motion, on the order for the discovery, did you need me to forward that to staff to forward to you? Or were you going to?
Oh, no, I have an omnibus form that I've drafted that I will use.
Oh, wait.
If you want to, you can send me a proposed order, but I have one that I use.
Okay, that was the only thing that wasn't clear to me, so I just didn't want to not do something that you may have thought I was going to do.
I always appreciate that, thank you, but no, I'm good, thanks. Anybody else?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Okay, so we do have a motion to suppress scheduled for today, and I'm ready for that. We usually have a meeting post docket call to discuss, make sure we're all on the same page as to what was done. I suggest deferring that until after the motion to suppress today.
No objection.
All right, so I will call 13063CR, State versus Gabriel Mojica Romero, scheduled today for a motion to suppress. All hear announcements.
Ballard Shapley, Ed Shaughnessy, and Tony Hackabill for the state, Your Honor.
Kristen Etter for Mr. Romero Mojica, and I would request that just one counsel appear for the state as the court has previously requested.
Okay, so state's response on that.
Your Honor, we have some legal arguments to make and regarding standing, and Mr. Shaughnessy is prepared to make those arguments. And Mr. Hackabill, I'd like the record to reflect, is in the Kinney County Courthouse, seated at counsel table, and I believe there close by are the witnesses. And so he will be handling the witnesses. And so we'd ask the court for some leeway in this regard.
Okay, and what are you going to
I'm here to
prosecutorial acts are you going to be performing, Mr. Shapley?
I don't think you'll hear from me unless you specifically want to hear from me, but I think I will fade into the background.
Okay, well, in that situation, I am going to allow two counsel to.
Okay, and I would also request, I don't understand what authority does Mr. Shaughnessy have to appear for Kinney County? I'm sorry, if they could just explain that on the record.
He's a sworn judge. He's a sworn assistant county attorney for Kinney County.
Okay, and when was he sworn in?
About a week ago. He has recently come on board as an assistant county attorney.
Okay, anything else, Ms. Etter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so yes, ma'am, Ms. Munoz.
Your Honor, at this time, since we'll be starting this hearing, we would like to remove the witnesses that are present into the waiting room. And we just wanted to announce that so they didn't question all of a sudden why they were being removed from the Zoom into the waiting room.
Okay,
so
all right. So let me just say, I've never had the court staff move to invoke the rule before, but
sorry.
That's fine. I'm anticipating that someone will do so. Does someone want to invoke the rule?
Oh, Your Honor, I'll invoke the rule. I would just request that my client, who's now on the Spanish channel, be allowed to obviously remain in the current room.
Of course. So Mr. Romero Mojica is present. His video is not turned on, but I've seen him earlier. And he's the defendant, so he has the right to be present for all proceedings. Other witnesses, let me explain to you what we're talking about here. This is the witness sequestration rule that has been invoked. What that means is counsel have requested that the witnesses in the case not discuss their testimony with anyone in except the attorneys involved. That includes amongst yourselves as witnesses, and you will not be in the courtroom while anyone else is testifying. Since we're doing this as a hybrid with both Zoom and live testimony, that means that you won't be able to hear via Zoom, and you won't be able to hear in the courtroom what other people say. You will be called in when we need your testimony. So please observe those admonishments. Don't talk to anyone about your testimony except possibly the attorneys involved. And anything else before we begin?
Not from the state, Judge.
Okay, this is a warrantless arrest, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, so my belief is that it is the state's burden on a motion to suppress for a warrantless arrest, and I gather that the state had either an opening statement or a motion that they wanted to argue. Tell me about that.
Mr. Shaughnessy is on mute, Judge.
Oh, okay. Mr. Shaughnessy, you need to turn off your mute button.
No.
Yes, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
you're
Your
going to have to
Honor.
repeat anything. Hang on. Anything you said prior to this, we did not hear, so you're going to have to
You
start.
didn't hear much, believe me. It's our position, Your Honor, as the state in this matter, that the court is not required to proceed any further with this motion until the defendant establishes a reasonable expectation of privacy and the premises searched. There is no automatic standing to contest a search under the United States Constitution. And under Rackus versus Illinois, the defendant bears the burden of proving a reasonable expectation of privacy in the premises searched. We have no reason to believe and are not conceding in any fashion that he has a reasonable expectation of privacy in the premises that were searched. And until such time as that's established, the state does not have to go forward.
Okay. Ms. Etter, response?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Shaughnessy wasn't here at the last court setting where the court, using its discretion under 2801, granted us a pretrial hearing. So I believe that issue about whether or not to hold a hearing has already been decided by Your Honor. But just for purposes of responding, if Mr. Shaughnessy read the motion and the supporting brief, we're not talking about premises that were searched. We're talking about Mr. Romero's own person. So this is kind of like foundational, basic Fourth Amendment jurisprudence allows you to contest an illegal search and seizure. That is in the actual text of the Fourth Amendment. So the standing issue would arise if, for example, there was a vehicle or a house that was being searched that did not belong to Mr. Romero. We're talking about the illegal seizure of Mr. Romero. And so, of course, he has standing to contest that. That is really just basic Fourth Amendment jurisprudence. And in fact, the Ruckus case that was just cited goes specifically to that issue. A person has standing to complain about his arrest because constitutional rights are personal, and a person may complain about this intrusion on his personal liberty. That is Ruckus v. Illinois, 439 U.S. 128. So I don't understand the standing issue. I've never seen a prosecutor contest standing on an illegal arrest.
If I might, Your Honor.
Well, let's make sure Ms. Etter is finished.
Right. So of course, Mr. Romero has standing. Is just my response.
Your Honor, with respect to the court granting a hearing, well, this is part of the hearing. That being the question of whether or not the defendant has established a reasonable expectation of privacy in the premises searched. And the premises searched is the property of another person where the defendant, was found. We are not seeking to admit anything found on his person or anything he may have said. Furthermore, we don't believe there's any illegality associated with anything with respect to how he was taken into custody. And until such time as the defendant establishes some expectation of privacy in where the search took place, which was not his property, the state has no further burden. If this were the only exception that I'm aware of in which a defendant can complain about the search of his person without establishing standing is a blood draw warrant. This individual is seeking to have the court exempt him from prosecution under the Fourth Amendment without a demonstration that anything was seized illegally from him. And until it's established why he has the right to complain about anything being seized from him on those premises, the state bears no burden of going forward.
Okay. I have read your motion, Ms. Etter, but I don't have it in front of me right now, so I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions that may seem elementary, but there you go. What are you challenging exactly?
So, Your Honor, and I'm fine if the state wants to concede that everything that resulted from his arrest should be suppressed, that was found on his person and made from his own body, his statements, his identification, essentially 3823, everything that would be all evidence that was seized as a result of the illegal seizure is what we're seeking suppression on. And that includes his statements that he made before he was Mirandized, in addition to his identification that was taken from him, and then any further identifications made of him. So it's really just the fruits of the illegal seizure, and then again, just anything related to the identification and his statements. And if the state wants to concede that, that's fine.
State's not going to be conceding that, Your Honor. We haven't had a demonstration of an illegal seizure to start with.
And that was the whole point of the hearing.
Well,
okay.
Prove it.
So you're challenging the seizure itself, that is the arrest, correct?
That's correct.
And then the fruits of the search of his person only. I mean, it doesn't sound like there was anything seized on the property.
Right, and we've never
other than the defendant himself, right?
Right, there might have been some confusion, but right, it's just the search of his own body and his statements, and then anything that resulted from that, so further identification.
Okay, so Mr. Shaughnessy, I agree that there's no standing to challenge a search of the property because it wasn't his property. That being, I assume he was arrested on ranch land because that's usually what happens in these cases. Is that?
That's our
And Your
understanding.
Honor, we don't even know that for a fact because there are two different GPS coordinates listed and both of those are on different properties. So I don't even know that, but.
Your
that's
Honor, that
something
would be an
we
evidentiary
can
matter
address
that
later.
Mr. Hackabee has.
Okay, number one, please don't step on each other. I need a clear record here, so please don't interrupt each other. Okay, I think I'm clear on the arguments with regard to standing. I am going to find that Mr. Mojica does have standing to challenge the seizure of his person, which we commonly call an arrest, and also he has standing to challenge the search of his person, which, as I understand it, resulted in an some sort of identification, and possibly other things. I don't know, haven't heard any evidence yet. And finally, as to his statements. So that's a kind of a fruit of the poisonous tree argument, I gather. Is that right, Ms. Etter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so that's my ruling. He does have standing on those three issues. With regard to anything that is outside of those, I do agree, Mr. Shaughnessy, that there's no standing on a search of the property, but that doesn't sound like that's what happened here. So we'll go ahead with that if the state believes that we're getting into something that involves standing with regard to the property itself, the land, the how, whatever it was, then let me know, make an objection. But that's my ruling on that. Anything further in opening, Mr. Shaughnessy?
I think Mr. Hackabee has witnesses he wants to present, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Hackabee, you may proceed.
Our first witness we would call is Todd Oviedo, who is outside of the courtroom.
All right. Could you spell that name for me, please, Mr. Hackabee?
Excuse me?
Could you spell that name, the last name for me, please?
Yes. First name, Todd, T-O-D-D, Oviedo is O-B-I-E-D-O.
Oviedo. Okay, thank you.
Let's see.
You have that microphone right there.
Yeah.
No. I want him to stand. He needs to be seen. Can you just walk around here, Todd?
Yes,
He's This is Mr. Oviedo, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I'm going to swear you in as a witness. If you would raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. I just need to make sure you speak up because the court reporter and the interpreter all need to be able to hear what you say. Also, please do not respond by nodding your head or shaking your head. We need a verbal answer to each question. And finally, I know this is a little awkward because we're half Zoom, half in the courtroom, but it's possible that attorneys may have an objection. And when they say the word objection, I need you to stop talking until I make a ruling and tell you what to do next. Any questions about any of those instructions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hackabill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Todd, please state your full name for the record.
Todd Matthew Obiedo.
And do you live here in Kinney County, Texas?
Yes.
And how are you employed?
I am the wildlife manager at La Fonda Ranch.
Okay, and that is located here in Kinney County?
Yes.
Prior to today, you came to the office of the county attorney and we talked a little bit about this case that you're here for today. And so that there's no question, we discussed the fact that you were going to be asked questions to relay information to the court regarding some individuals, and in particular, one individual by the name of Gabriel Mojica Romero that was, in fact, arrested on the La Fonda Ranch. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So suffice it to say, you may not remember the date, but on Friday, March 25th of 2022, were you employed in the capacity that you've described for the La Fonda Ranch?
Yes.
And were you present on the La Fonda Ranch that day?
Yes.
And since we discussed previously with you the fact that this hearing today involved the individual by the name of Gabriel Mojica Romero, do you recall the incidents and the events surrounding the arrest of Gabriel Mojica Romero?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to let you go ahead and describe how it is that you actually came in contact with Gabriel Mojica Romero, if you did.
Okay. So I had notification on one of my trail cameras that there were illegals on the ranch, and they were walking towards my houses and the lodge.
Okay, let me stop you right there and ask you to describe how it is that you get an alert from your trail camera.
So on the trail camera, it's a motion detector. It has a motion sensor that sets off the shutter, and that basically sends a photo to my phone to notify me of an animal, one of the wildlife that I manage, or if somebody else, or if in the case of an illegal walking through, or in case of a trespasser, it sends me notification of that as well.
When you get this alert, how does it come to you?
In the form of a photograph.
Okay. And you may have already said it, but just to be clear, this comes to you in the form of a photograph on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you accustomed to getting these very often?
I'm going to object to relevance, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor, you're on mute.
Muted, Judge.
Yes, I am. Okay, sorry. Your response, Mr. Hackabill.
I think I'm just asking him questions, Your Honor, to describe how he gets these so that the court is clear on what it is that he received that he has described.
And Your Honor, I'd like him to limit it just to this particular case.
I understand the objection. I am going to overrule that for background purposes, but let's make it brief, Mr. Hackabill.
I understand, Your Honor. So this date, March 25th of 2022, on the La Fonda Ranch, you're saying that you received an alert.
Yes.
And that alert, was it for some wildlife that you were watching?
No.
And what did appear on your phone that alerted you?
A group of trespassers.
Could you identify them by faces?
Not on the photo.
Okay. So when you received this alert, what did you do?
I called the foreman and let him know that we had a group of trespassers walking towards our lodge, and he immediately called DPS.
And when you say your foreman, who was that?
Cole Hill.
Cole Hill?
Yes.
Would you spell that so that we can?
Cole, C-O-L-E, Hill, H-I-L-L.
So you notified Cole Hill. Were you with him, standing with him when you told him about it?
No.
How did you notify him?
I called him.
Okay. So if Cole Hill did anything after that, are you personally aware of what that was?
He just told me what he did. After he called DPS, he called me back and said that, he was able to get a hold of law enforcement and they were en route.
So if I understand you correctly, Todd, you're saying that immediately after you received this alert, you contacted the foreman of the ranch, Cole Hill.
Yes.
And what you understand is that Mr. Hill then immediately notified law enforcement.
Yes.
Do you know what law enforcement agency he notified?
The Department of Public Safety.
Okay. Were you involved any more after you notified Cole Hill?
Yes.
And what did you do?
Let me recall. We were talking on the phone. He was driving onto the ranch, and I was...
Now, when you say he, who are you talking?
Cole.
Okay.
Cole was driving onto the ranch, and I was near the camera where I got the notification.
Okay.
And I was driving around just trying to figure out if they were heading towards my house, if they were heading towards the lodge, or if they were heading towards our shop, which was only within a few hundred yards away.
So when you received this notification, were you already near the camera?
Yes. Oh, no. I was at my house when I received the notification.
Okay. And so when you called Cole Hill, and then did you leave your house or head towards the camera?
I did, yes.
Okay. What did you find when you got to the camera?
I found footprints on the ground. That's about it.
Okay. You did not see any individuals?
I did not.
Okay. So once you've determined that these individuals that you saw on the camera were not there, what did you do next?
I drove back towards the lodge, and I just tried to figure out where they may be. I was driving north and south on our north and south road, just right there in front of the lodge, and I was driving east and west through our senderos, trying to figure out if they were still there on the property or if they had gone off to one of the neighbors' properties.
Okay. While you were doing this, I believe you said that you were in contact with Cole Hill?
Yes.
Were you personally in contact with any of the Department of Public Safety individuals that had been called?
Not with the individual that arrived first. I had not talked to him.
Okay. Did you at any time make contact with any of the law enforcement individuals?
I don't recall off the top of my head if I contacted anybody else.
Okay.
I do not recall.
Now, I think what you're talking about is actually initiating a phone call or making contact that way. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, at some point, did you have personal contact with these individuals, the law enforcement?
Yes, when the individual, the law enforcement officer that arrived was only a few miles away, and so he made the call very quickly. He arrived, and I was actually pulling up because I was on the phone with Cole. I was pulling up to where Cole was, and the officer was arriving at that time. And so he and I both met each other right there at the location.
Okay, and so when you say the location, was there anyone else there besides you and Cole Hill and the DPS officer that arrived? You said arrived quickly.
Right. He was the only officer with us at that point.
Okay.
And he came, yes.
Was there any other individuals there where you all met?
Oh, so when Cole had found where basically they had ran into the brush. Cole found where they walked into the brush. I don't know if they walked or if they ran. I'm not sure. But he found where they went into the brush. Cole followed their footsteps into the brush and located them and called, and I was on the phone with him at that time when he located them, and the officer and I pulled up and went into the brush from there.
Okay. So how much time do you think lapsed between the time, as you were talking to Cole, between the time Cole located, and when you say these individuals, there was a group of individuals?
There was a group.
And that group included Gabriel Mojica Romero?
Yes.
Do you recall offhand how many people were in the group?
So when we walked up, when we approached them, there were 5 on the ground that were hiding. And Cole said that one of them had run. And Cole was searching for the one that had run while the officer and I stood to watch the other.
And when you came upon these individuals, did you all come upon them about the same time?
The officer and I, for the most part, I believe we were close to the same time. When Cole was looking for the other individual, he had gone off to, and he actually found him hiding and brought him back to the group.
Okay.
So it was within a few minutes that everybody, like law enforcement and Cole and myself, were all together, making sure that they were all in that all the trespassers were right there.
So what condition were these individuals in when you all came upon them? And I think it's clear that Cole came upon them first.
Right.
But you said just within
a few minutes,
you and the DPS trooper
were right there. Yes.
When you got there, was Cole standing right there with them? Or had he gone to look for this one that had run?
I do not recall what happened at that point.
Okay. So these individuals that were there, were they standing? Were they sitting? Were they laying down?
They were basically laying under a lot of brush. They were hiding under the brush. They weren't out in the open, but they were pressed up against. They were up against, I guess, the brush because it's real thick.
And had you or Cole Hill directed them to go and lay down and crouch under the brush?
No, that's how they were found.
Okay. And what condition were they in? I mean,
they looked like they were hiding from them.
Okay. So, know personally whether Cole Hill had instructed them to be in the positions that they were in, or are you aware of that at all?
Nothing told me that he, like, nothing was to the effect that he had told them to lay down on the ground or anything. They were already right there.
Okay.
They were everything. It looked like he found them like they were, and that was it.
And how long after you and the DPS trooper arrived did Cole return with the other individual?
It took Cole maybe 2 or 3 minutes to find the other individual.
And did you see him walking back with the other individual?
Yes.
And I mean, how was he having to drag the guy back, or was he just they walking side by side?
He was walking pretty much. He said, "Hey, your group is back over here. Let's go." That's basically I don't know exactly the words out of his mouth, but he said, "Get up, go back to the group."
So, Todd, is it fair to say that from the moment that you received the alert on the camera that these individuals were on the La Fonda Ranch, that a search for these individuals included you, Cole Hill, and a Department of Public Safety trooper?
Yes.
Now, this may not be particularly important for this hearing, but how far from any boundary of the exterior boundary of the La Fonda Ranch were these individuals, including Gabriel Mojica Romero, from that boundary? How far were you from the exterior boundary?
A mile. The camera is probably 2 miles from the exterior boundary.
So if in fact the individuals that you and Cole Hill and the DPS trooper had gathered together in that spot, if the camera that gave you the alert actually took a photograph of the same individuals, at some point they were actually 2 miles in the interior of the ranch.
Yes, sir.
And when you locate them, they were about a mile.
Yes.
Clearly more than 100 feet.
Yes.
Okay, now I don't know whether you've ever testified before, but right now I'm going to pass the witness, meaning I'm not going to ask you any more questions right now. And I'm sure the judge will give you instructions, but that's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. All right, so Ms. Etter, you are entitled to cross-examine the witness. Mr. Oviedo, I just need you to understand that Ms. Etter represents the defendant in this case, and her questions are probably going to be a little harder for you to answer than Mr. Hackabeel's. That's just natural, but you do need, unless I tell you you don't have to answer, you do need to respond to her questions. Any questions about that?
No, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Etter, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Oviedo.
How long have you worked on La Fonda Ranch?
Almost 4 years.
Okay. And what about Cole Hill?
He had been there for roughly a month at the most, I believe. He had just been recently hired.
Okay. And he's no longer employed at the ranch, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know the reason for his departure?
His ranch owner wanted him back.
Okay. So he was working as the foreman in March of 2022 for about a month and then left approximately when?
I believe, oh gosh. I do not recall. Maybe April or maybe later than June. I do not recall what his last date was.
Okay, that's okay. How big is the La Fonda Ranch in terms of acreage?
It is A little over 4,000 acres.
Okay. And is the perimeter of the property enclosed by a fence?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to look at plat lines of the particular property, would you see a fence line that surrounds the entire plat lines?
Objection, Your Honor. This is like a fishing expedition. It's irrelevant to the purposes of this hearing.
Your Honor, I'm trying to get a layout. Okay, thank you. You
may
can
proceed.
answer, Mr. Oviedo.
You may answer, sir.
Can you repeat that question, please?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you were to look at a plat lines of this particular property that show La Fonda Ranch, would you see a fence along the entire perimeter? La Fonda Ranch is a little bit of an odd-shaped piece of property, according to the property records. Would you see a fence around the entire perimeter of the plat lines?
From like satellite imagery, is that what
Yes,
you're
sir.
asking?
Yes.
Okay, from a satellite, you would not see the fence, but you would see where it is basically, you would see a marker because we have our fence lines cleared. You would not necessarily actually see the wire of the fence, but you would see that the clear boundaries of the fence.
Okay. And does the property abut La Petruccia Ranch as well?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with La Petruccia Ranch?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But it's, I guess, would you characterize La Fonda Ranch as being landlocked? Like there are properties on the other sides of it, on three sides of it?
On all sides there, yes, we have neighbors on all sides.
Okay. And in terms of, you had indicated that the camera alert took a photo that was sent to your cell phone on March 25th. Did you save that photo or provide it to law enforcement?
I sent it to Cole, and Cole also, I'm not sure if Cole sent it to law enforcement or not. I do not recall.
Okay. And did you happen to bring that with you today?
I do have it with me, yes.
Okay. Would you mind sending that my way pursuant to the subpoena? And Mr. Hackabill has my email address.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. And so you got the alert, and your testimony was that from the alert itself, you could not identify faces. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this was at approximately 6:58 in the morning. Does that sound accurate?
I believe it was somewhere in the 6 o'clock range. I believe it was closer to 6:30.
Okay. And it's springtime, so would you say that it was light out at that point, or getting light out?
The camera showed a dark, like in nighttime image, so it appeared to be still dark outside.
Okay. And the image that you referred to just showed a group of 6 people walking. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And were they in fact walking? Were you able to tell, were they walking east towards the direction of the roadway?
When I went to check on the camera, yes, they were walking east. When I went to check where the footprints went, they continued east.
Okay.
Because
east is where the roadway is that correct?
East leads to the lodge.
Okay.
East leads to our headquarters.
Okay. How far would you guess where the camera took the photo to where the lodge is?
From the camera, it would be a mile or so, a little over a mile, maybe a mile and a half.
Okay. And so you said you got the camera alert, and the first thing you did was you contacted Cole Hill.
Yes.
Okay. And Cole Hill then went, I guess it sounds like you both went to try to locate the group. Is that correct?
Cole contacted law enforcement at that point. And then we were making sure that they weren't continuing towards our homes and our lodges.
Right. Okay.
And we were trying to locate the group. Yes.
Yes. Okay. And so you were driving, I guess you had to drive, you did not walk, is that correct? You said you both got into your vehicles to search?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that Cole Hill was the first person to locate the group, not yourself.
Correct.
Okay. Where did he locate the group?
Right next to our rifle range, about 200 yards away from our maintenance department shop.
Okay. But they were in the brush, is that correct?
Yes, they hid in the brush.
Okay. And where did you first meet law enforcement?
Basically, right where Cole's truck was parked.
Okay. So law enforcement entered into the property and drove up to meet with you first, is that correct?
There at the location, yes.
Okay. And do you recall, was that a Deputy Hoppus that you met with?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you met with Deputy Hoppus, I'm trying to get the timeline determined. Did you meet Detective Hoppus separately and bring him to the group? Or tell me about how that worked. Like, where were you when you first saw Detective Hoppus or Deputy Hoppus?
At that point, my mind went in all directions. I cannot recall if he was, I believe he met me there by Cole's truck, and I believe he followed me in to figure out where Cole was. Because Cole was in, we could not see Cole. And so I believe he followed me from there into the brush, and we located Cole.
Okay, that's what I was trying to determine. So it sounds like you met with Deputy Hoppus and Cole had at least 5 members of the group already in another location.
Yes.
Okay.
He had found them where they were hiding.
Okay, and does it sound about right, according to law enforcement records, that Mr. Hill had the group for about 10 minutes before the arrival of Deputy Hoppus?
I don't think it was that long a time. I do not believe it was that long.
Okay. What is your testimony? That it was minutes, or how long do you believe it was?
Within
if you had the
minutes,
camera. Okay, go ahead.
Because my vehicle went, and Cole called me and said, I found where they're hiding. There's one that just ran. I've got to go find him. So he said, I need you to get here now. And I was within 2 minutes from getting to him. I was right around the corner.
So he had apprehended already the 5 individuals, and he was trying to then apprehend the one that had not laid down. Is that correct?
He had not necessarily apprehended them. He had not touched them. He had found them hiding where they were.
Okay. And did you hear him issue any verbal commands to them?
No, he was not issuing verbal commands to them.
Not that you heard. Is that correct?
Not that I heard.
Okay.
Not that I heard.
And there was a dog involved in this search.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last thing that Mr. Oviedo said.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Oviedo.
Could you repeat that last thing?
I did not hear Cole giving any verbal commands.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know, did Mr. Hill or yourself have a visible weapon or a firearm present that day?
Cole did not have a firearm on him. I always have to carry because I trap and I hunt, and so I always have to have a firearm on my side.
Yes, sir. Okay. So, and I'm sorry, I'll get back to my last question. Was there a dog also involved in this search?
My working dog was with me, yes.
Okay. And he was the dog that helped track the 6 individuals, is that correct?
No, she was actually with me.
Okay. Was there a dog involved in tracking at all, your dog or Mr. Hill's dog?
So in the body cam footage, I was talking to the deputy, or I'm sorry, to the DPS. What we were talking about it was the first time, like, there have been instances where my dog has picked up trespassers on the property, picked up their scent, and has let me know that we have people that are not supposed to be there. My dog has actually, I mean, I have her trained for other things, but I realize she notifies me also when we have trespassers. And so, trying to think, when I was talking to him about that, I told him that it was the first time, because she jumped out of my window before I could get her under, like, before I could handle. And I was already on my way into the brush, and she was with me at that point, and I could not turn around to put her back in the truck, because every other case I have left her in the truck. This was the first time she jumped out of the window, and she was with me, and I could not turn around to put her back in my truck. So
Okay, I understand. But the dog, okay, so but the dog was used to track at least one of these individuals, it sounds like.
No, she was not.
Okay, so that was just a misunderstanding by the officer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And let me ask you this might seem obvious, but La Fonda Ranch is not a public place, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It's not open to the public?
No.
Okay. And so at the time that, let me ask you this. At some point, the individuals were told to remove their shoes. Was that done by you or Mr. Hill, or do you recall who ordered them to remove their shoes?
Officer Hoppus was the individual who ordered them to remove their shoes.
Okay. So after you and Officer Hoppus went to the group that Cole Hill had, he was the one that instructed them to remove shoes?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything in your camera alert system that showed Mr. Romero ever climbing a fence, going through a fence, or anything like that?
Not on, because I don't have any. Well, I do have one that's facing towards the fence, but it did not show them jumping over the fence because it's not in the direction where they came from. It just has them walking in front of the camera.
I see. And what direction did you believe they came from?
They came from the west.
The west headed east.
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, counsel. Redirect.
Yes. Mr. Oviedo, how often do you get these camera alerts?
I'm going to object to relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I...
Sorry, I'm not used to keeping my mute on during these Zooms. I'm going to overrule the objection. You may respond, Mr. Oviedo, but let's make it brief, Mr. Huckabee.
Your Honor, could I respond to her? I know you have overruled the objection, but maybe for purposes of clarification, it occurs to me that what Ms. Eder is getting at in this motion raises the issue of the legality of what she termed as a citizen's arrest. And my understanding is that she's challenging, although I don't think the facts support it, she's challenging either the authority or the conduct of the individuals other than law enforcement officers. It is our position that any evidence of other acts of misconduct that would include the illegal immigrants coming on to La Fonda Ranch as well as other ranches is not only relevant but important for the court to consider, that the type of detention, whether it be solely by the individuals or by a combination of the individuals and the law enforcement officers, rises to the level of giving even just the individual authority to detain these people. Now, I don't think the facts have actually shown that it was the individual citizen alone that had detained these people. Because immediately after, it was determined that there were individuals trespassing on the La Fonda Ranch. Mr. Obieto contacted the foreman, who contacted law enforcement. So we actually have a law enforcement investigation ongoing. But because I have other witnesses that I would like for the court to hear, if it is necessary to establish the authority of the individual citizens to detain these illegal immigrants, then I think it would be important for Mr. Obieto to also, in his capacity as a biologist as well as a citizen working on this ranch, to show the frequentness of how often this happens and how it has raised the level of awareness of these individuals, the citizens, to what is going on their ranches and in Kinney County, Texas.
Okay, thank you, counsel. That was a fine closing argument. And I've already said you can ask the question, so go ahead and ask it again.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, how frequently do you get these alerts about individuals trespassing on La Fonda Ranch?
Very often.
And when you say very often, how often would that be?
In the past 2 years, there have been times where it has been every night. For weeks on end. There have been times when it's every other night for weeks on end. There have been times when it has been pretty quiet for about a week until it picks up again.
Now, in addition to getting the camera alerts on your phone due to the placement of these various game cameras or observation cameras, have you, and I'm not saying this individual, Gabriel Mojica Romero, but have you had individuals actually break into the residence?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
It goes to the argument I was making, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, there is no evidence at all that there was any, Your Honor, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry, you can expect to remind me of that throughout this entire hearing, I think. I didn't really hear the question. So, Mr. Obieda, I need you to not answer this question. Mr. Hackabeal, please ask your questions for purposes of me clarifying what the objection is.
So, Todd, in addition to the frequent camera alerts, have you had instances other than this individual that we're here for on this hearing today? Have you had instances of people breaking into a residence or buildings on the La Fonda Ranch?
Okay, and no response yet, Mr. Oviedo. Go ahead, Ms. Eder.
And yes, Your Honor, that is my objection as to relevance. Mr. Oviedo previously testified that the only image they had is of somebody who they believed to be Mr. Romero walking about 1 mile to 2 miles from the property. So there is no evidence at all. And in fact, there wasn't any issue related to burglary of a habitation or anything like that. If there were other instances, that has no bearing or relevance as to this situation that just involved walking on agricultural land. So I would object to the relevance.
Okay, so your response on that, Mr. Hackabeal, you don't need to repeat what you already told me, but if you had additional response, you may give it now.
It goes to establishing the level of awareness of every citizen of Kinney County, particularly this individual that's testifying here today, the level of awareness of the constant influx of illegal immigrants onto the property and how they react and why they react the way they do. So I believe it is relevant.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection to that question. You may move on, sir.
So really, Todd, I have one more question for you. Did you and Cole Hill arrest these individuals, including Gabriel Mojica Romero?
Your Honor, I'm going to object that calls for a legal conclusion.
So that's overruled. You may answer the question, sir.
No, we did not arrest them. We did not put them in handcuffs. We did not, I did not give them instructions to put their hands behind their backs, did not give them instruction to take off their shoes. We called for assistance from law enforcement to handle that part of the situation. We were merely trying to protect our property, protect our female workers who work within a couple of 100 yards of where we found them hiding. My house was within a few 100 yards of where they were hiding, and they were heading straight to us. I don't see how we could possibly not need to do something about that. Like try to stop them or try to find them, but we did not arrest them. Law enforcement arrested them.
Okay.
So, Todd,
go ahead. I thought that was your last question, but go ahead.
So Todd, you've already talked about how frequently this happens. Each time you call for law enforcement assistance, do you and Cole or whoever else is out there with you simply stop what you're doing and do nothing?
No.
What do you do?
We have to try to locate the groups.
Pass a witness, Your Honor.
Recross.
Okay, and you locate the groups so that you can detain them for law enforcement.
Actually, I wait for the most of the time. I wait for law enforcement to get there, and then I show them where the groups are hiding, and they there.
But in this case, that didn't occur. You said that Mr. Hill had already detained them or located them and then tracked another one. Is that correct?
Located is a very good term to use. Yes.
Okay, and then located the men laying down, and then when the one took off running, why did he chase them?
Because they're trespassing, and they were not allowed. They had not been given permission to be on our property.
Okay, so he chased them in order to stop him. Is that correct?
So he did not chase him per se, other than the man, he said, I think somebody ran, I'm gonna go look for him. That's what he said. And he found him hiding under another bush.
Okay, and he found him hiding. Do you know if that was Mr. Romero?
I do not recall which one it was.
It may or may not have been Mr. Romero, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that individual, once Mr. Hill found him, was escorted back to the group.
Yes. Plain and simple, he said, let's get up, go back to your group.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, thank you.
All right, may
Thank
he
you, Your
be
Honor.
released from the subpoena as well?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next witness, Mr. Huckabee.
We call Mr. Cole Hill. I'll just send Cole in. Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you, Todd.
Yes, sir.
How many witnesses do you have, Mr. Huckabee?
After this witness, I need to think about that for just about 2 minutes.
Sure, okay. And, well, Ms. Eder, I'm not going to ask you. So just trying to figure out how much longer we need to, truthfully, I'm trying to figure out if I need a break after Mr. Hill. So probably not. Ms. May and Ms. Jones, if you need a break at any time, let me know.
Okay, Your Honor, I call Cole Hill.
All right, Mr. Hill, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. If you would raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may lower your hand. And just a couple of instructions, sir. Please make sure you give a verbal response to every question. That's so the court reporter and the interpreter can hear what you say and either take it down or interpret it into Spanish. Also, if you don't understand a question, don't guess at what the attorney means. Please ask for a clarification. And make sure you keep your voice up so everybody can hear you nice and loud. And with that, Mr. Hackabill, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. State your full name for the record.
Nicholas Cole Hill.
And do you just go by Cole?
Yes, sir. I go by Cole.
I'm going to refer to you as Cole when I ask you these questions. Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
And Cole, the judge gave you instructions. Just make sure that you speak clearly, and if you don't understand a question that I or Miss Etter asks you, then let us know and we can repeat it to make sure you understand clearly. We have a court reporter that's taking down everything that you and I say and the judge says and Miss Etter says, so we want to make sure that's clear. So, Cole, where do you live?
I live, do I need to state my address?
No, you don't have to state your address.
I live in the community of Klein, or just west of Klein in Kinney County.
It's in Kinney County,
Yes,
Texas.
sir. I live in Kinney County.
And were you living and working here in Kinney County, Texas back on or about March the 25th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
How were you employed at that time?
I was employed at the La Fonda Ranch as the ranch manager at that time.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Are you employed now with the La Fonda Ranch?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. So you left the employment of La Fonda Ranch and went to work on another ranch?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay. So I'm going to draw your attention to that date again, March the 25th, 2022, and ask you if on that date you received information from Todd Obieto about there being individuals on the La Fonda Ranch that were trespassing.
Correct, I did. Yes, sir.
And how did you get that information?
Via cell phone.
Phone call?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And are you familiar with how Todd would get that information?
I believe it was from a camera that captures movement and was then sent to his cell phone. Just like you would have a Ring doorbell or something like that. It just alerted him that there was somebody or some people trespassing.
Have you ever looked at those yourself?
Yes, sir.
Do you get those on your phone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you happen to get the alert for these same ones?
I did not, other than Todd notifying me.
Okay. And why would that be, maybe? Is that because you don't get the same alerts on each camera?
And at that time, I was not logged into the system. I wasn't receiving the notifications from those same cameras that Todd was at that time.
Okay. But in any event, you're familiar with how that works?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when Todd notified you that he had received this camera alert and that there were individuals trespassing on the La Fonda Ranch, what did you do?
I was en route to the ranch. I was headed to work that morning, and as soon as I hung up with him, I happened to pass a highway patrol, DPS, law enforcement officer. And so I stopped and told him, hey, we have people trespassing here. Would you mind coming and trying to take care of this?
Okay, so I know Ms. Etter asked Todd the question earlier about About what time of the day was this? Do you remember?
Before daylight, so prop 6:30 to 7 o'clock a.m., somewhere in there.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you exactly what time.
So we're in the early spring of the year. At about that time, it may still be dark.
Right. Oh, it was dark. It was absolutely dark. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying immediately after you received the call from Todd that you were not on the ranch, right?
Correct.
But you were on the way?
Correct.
And describe, if you will, how it was that you came upon this Department of Public Safety officer.
Well, he was just parked on the side of the road patrolling, doing whatever I assume his duties were, was just sitting there. And, you know, rather than starting to make the necessary phone calls that we would usually do to handle a trespassing situation, he was right there in person. So I just stopped my truck. I pulled over beside him, stopped, got out, and approached him and told him, hey, this is what's going on, and it's only a few miles down the road. I'm headed there right now, and would you mind coming with me? And then so he followed me.
So in answering that question, Cole, you mentioned something about what sounded to me like what you ordinarily do when you get these alerts or you are notified that there's someone trespassing on the ranch. What is it that you ordinarily do?
Ordinarily, I notify I notify law enforcement to come and please try to handle this trespassing situation if we can.
Okay.
Because to my knowledge, if somebody's trespassing on your property, the correct approach would be to get law enforcement on.
And who do you call? I mean, when you say you contact them, who do you actually initiate the call to?
I call the Texas Department of Public Safety, my local sheriff's office, Kinney County Sheriff's Office, or United States Border Patrol, depending on whoever's available.
You try to get the first one out.
Try to get the first one. We're very rural, and a lot of times nobody can come and help. So okay. I try to get whoever I can to come and help.
Okay. It just so happens on this day, involving this individual that we're here on this hearing for, Gabriel Mojica Romero, that you came upon a DPS trooper and you notified him in person.
That's
correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
And so what did he do then after you told him about being notified of a trespasser?
He said, okay, I will follow you down there. And I believe that he said something about getting more law enforcement en route. He would make that contact or make that, connection there. So I said, okay, just follow me and we'll go to the ranch.
Okay. So in fact, did he follow you?
Yes. Yeah.
And so you went to the ranch. I guess you opened the gate. Did he follow you in?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do after that?
I drove to where the headquarters of the ranch is, and just began trying to make sure that these people had not come into the headquarters or approached the headquarters. And if I don't necessarily recall 100% exactly what happened that morning, but I do believe that that Hoppus stayed at the gate for an extra minute or two, waiting on another officer to come in behind us or something like that.
The person you just referred to as Hoppus, he is the DPS trooper that you made contact with?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe so. I'm pretty sure it's him.
Okay. And you believe that he was waiting for other law enforcement to come as well?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Now, when you said you went to the headquarters, or you think you went to the headquarters, I know that
I know I went to the headquarters. I'm just talking about how far behind me the law enforcement was.
Okay. Well, who is at the headquarters?
We have a couple of ladies who clean and cook and take care of all of the headquarters. I have also another man who is employed as a ranch hand who's also there to work, and of course Todd there also.
Okay. So did you meet up with Todd at that point?
I did not. I was trying to meet up with him. I did not know exactly where he was at the moment. So I eventually did. Yes, sir.
So this event that we're talking about that day, this is not an isolated event, is it?
No, not at all. I mean, what do you mean by, is this an isolated event?
Well, this isn't the first time that you had to call law enforcement and to then meet up with Todd.
No, this is not the first time. Matter of fact, it has happened so many times that it's difficult for me to recall this one particular incident because it happens so often.
Well, and so in that vein, then what would you be able to describe kind of a routine that you and Todd engage in once this happens and you've called law enforcement and is there something that you ordinarily do?
So I think ordinarily we kind of, after we've contacted law enforcement first, that's the first thing that we do. After that, we would assess whether or not it was, wise to try to protect our property and try to at least get some eyes on these trespassers and try to help locate them for when law enforcement comes.
So you don't, suffice it to say, Cole, you don't call for law enforcement help and then you and Todd go and sit on the porch of the house or you sit there and do nothing?
No, sir. No, that is correct. We don't do nothing. Yeah, we are proactive about making sure that the other employees there on the ranch don't have any unnecessary encounters with trespassers. And part of the responsibility of being the ranch manager or employed by this place is, some sort of protection for the property, for the people who work there, all of that.
And I think it's fair to say you go look for them, don't you?
Sure, absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, we go try, like I said, we go try to put eyes on them and make sure we know their whereabouts so that when law enforcement gets there, that we can get it handled.
So can you say in this particular incident that you remember looking for these individuals, including this individual, Romero?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you didn't meet up with Todd, what did you do at that point to further your efforts?
So I went straight to the place where Todd had last seen them by the camera, and I just got out of the truck and saw their footprints and followed the footprints into the brush, and they were just right off the road, kind of laid all together in the brush, hiding.
Were you in contact with Todd and or the law enforcement person?
Yes, sir. I was. Yeah, immediately before and after. Yes, sir.
I think just as a matter of security, you would keep in contact.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't expect to go out into the brush and not be talking to somebody while you're looking.
Correct. Yeah. The expectation is that we are all in communication with each other. Absolutely.
And did that happen in this case?
Yes.
And do you recall how many individuals were found in this case?
Yes, sir. Yeah. When I first encountered them, there were 5 of them laying together. And then there was a 6th individual who was just a little ways away from them. But yeah, there was 5 of them when I first encountered them. And then we found the 6th one shortly after.
And you say we found them. Did you find them?
I say I found them. I found all of them. I found the 5, and then I found the +1 6.
And what was, while you were engaged in that, what was Todd and the trooper or other law enforcement officers doing?
Yeah, so they were en route. They were just coming to me, essentially. I just happened to be the first one there, the first one to find the tracks, and the first one to find them. These other guys were, I can't speak to what they were doing when they weren't in front of me, but they were coming to me to assist me and certainly searching for these same individuals at the same time.
Okay. You said that one of them had moved away from the group.
Right.
Did it take you very long to find him?
No, sir. Maybe an additional minutes.
And so when you found him, what did you do? Did you say anything to him? Did you give him any instruction?
I just asked him to get up and come with me.
Oh, so when you found him, he was down?
He was, yes, sir. Yeah, he was hiding. Yes, sir. Yeah, he was down, hiding in the brush.
Okay, and what did you tell him?
I just told him, get up and come on.
Okay. And what did he do?
He just got up and came with me.
I mean, did you have to forcibly bring him back?
Not at all.
Okay, so he walked and you walked with him back to the group of the others.
That's right.
And when you arrived back at the group of the others, what were they doing?
They were just sitting on the ground.
Okay. Where was Todd and
Todd? They were sitting or laying on the ground. They hadn't moved at all from the time that I found them. And Todd and the DPS officer were sitting there with them. We're standing there with them.
Okay. Cole, did you give these individuals any instructions about how they were not to leave or to do something in particular?
I do not recall exactly, but I probably did tell them that not to get up at least, because they were all laying down.
But you're saying that what was that before the trooper got there?
Yes, sir. That would have been before the trooper got there. Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got back with the other individuals, did you engage in giving them any instructions, or did the trooper do that?
You talking about the single individual?
No, when you brought him back and they were all.
Oh, together. I did nothing. I just stepped back and let the trooper take care of everything.
Okay. During that time that you worked for La Fonda Ranch, how frequently do you think you had alerts like this, Cole?
Certainly more days than not. I would say I would go out on a limb and say every day, if not at least 5 days a week. And sometimes multiple times during the same day.
And each time, what was your response to finding or being alerted that there were individuals trespassing on your property?
Well, the response was essentially the same every time. If we could get law enforcement there, I would step back and just let law enforcement do all the searching and apprehending and everything that they need to do. If law enforcement was not immediately available, I would go and again try to locate these people before they came any further into the property or any closer to the headquarters, and just go look for them until law enforcement got there to take over.
Could you estimate how far, when you found these individuals and you found the single individual that had moved off and hidden from you, could you estimate how far these people were from the exterior boundary of La Fonda Ranch?
From the exterior boundary? Oh, I don't know. Certainly hundreds and hundreds of yards. And some, they were a long ways from the exterior boundary. The closest exterior boundary would have been the furthest. It was been miles, probably.
Now, Cole, I'm not saying that it happened in this particular case, but have you had incidents where these individuals that are trespassing actually break into residents or buildings?
Objection to relevance, similar to the last objection you sustained for the previous witness.
Okay. Mr. Hackabeal, response on that.
Again, Your Honor, this goes to establishing the legitimacy of the individual citizens to do whatever they may need to do in order to corral these individuals that are trespassing onto their property. It heightens their awareness, and because of the frequency and the various incidences of things happening that amount to more than trespass, it heightens the awareness of the individuals and the need for them to take action to try to stop the individuals from committing additional crimes. So it goes to what argument I made as you described it in my final argument previously.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to extraneous offenses. Go ahead, please, sir.
Cole, did these individuals have permission to be on your property, on the property that you were managing?
No, sir.
And clearly they were trespassing.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for a legal conclusion.
Clearly they were trespassing.
I couldn't understand the objection.
It calls for a legal conclusion.
Okay, I am going to. Legal conclusion doesn't, I don't think that's quite enough. I mean, I'm going to overrule the objection to a legal conclusion. So I guess you can answer, unless there's another objection.
Yes, I mean, these people were clearly trespassing.
Pass a witness, Reed.
Okay, so Ms. Eder is going to cross-examine you, Mr. Hill. She represents the defendant in this case. Her questions may not be quite as easy to answer as Mr. Hackabeel's. That's natural. And again, if there's an objection, I just need you to stop talking until I make a ruling on it, and I'll let you know what to do after that. Okay, so Ms. Eder, you may proceed.
Yes. Mr. Hill, you just previously testified that these individuals were clearly trespassing. What is your understanding of the trespass statute in Texas?
That if you have a fence or no trespassing signs or anything like that that you have around your property, if somebody comes inside of that without your permission, my understanding is that's trespassing.
Did you see Mr. Romero go over any fencing?
No, but I know he did to get into the property.
If you could just answer the question that is asked. And I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm just asking if you visibly saw him go over any or see any signage.
No.
And it sounds to me, if you had to put a number, since we've already discussed this in your prior testimony, how many incidents like this you've been involved in, if you had to put a number on it, sounds like it's been very frequent occurrence, but if you had to just put a number on it.
I would say 100 at least.
Okay. In the last 2 years?
Since January 20th of 2021, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of Mr. Hackabeel stating that due to the situation down at the border, you've been kind of forced to play, I guess it sounds to me like a law enforcement type role. Would you agree with that?
I would, to some extent, yes. I would say I have to protect my family because law enforcement is few and far between out here now.
I understand. So when Mr. Hackabeel said that you have been kind of forced into this position where you're basically having to track migrants, is that correct?
Correct.
And then corral them, I think is what Mr. Hackabeel said. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay. And that's in fact what you did on the morning of March 25th.
I mean, I tracked the guy and I found him laying down.
Okay. And that was after tracking the group of 5, is that correct?
Correct.
Could you answer yes or no, please? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. And you indicated that prior to law enforcement arriving, you had given the group some verbal orders. Is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. And do you speak Spanish or were these orders in English?
I speak Spanish.
Okay. So would you have been speaking to this group in Spanish, a language that they can understand?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And in fact, the testimony is that after you had corralled the group of 5, there was one that had taken off running. Is that correct?
I didn't see him running
Okay, well, how did you know there was one that was not part of the group?
because in the picture that we had, there were 6 people in the group and there was only 5 in front of me.
I see. Okay, so you knew that there was one more, and that's when you decided to track that person.
Correct.
Okay. How far away from the group of 5 did you then discover the other individual?
Maybe 50 feet.
Okay. And you said that that individual was hiding or laying down?
Correct.
Okay. And again, this is on, your testimony is that this is on La Fonda Ranch. Is that correct? This is not a public place, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you found that 6th individual, what did you say to him?
I said, come with me.
Okay. And he then came with you?
Correct.
Okay. Did he walk beside you, or how did he then walk back to the group?
Walked side by side, one in front of the other. I mean, I don't recall exactly, but we walked together back to the DPS.
Okay. So, and I don't know, I think Mr. Oviedo said that he had a weapon. Did you have a weapon as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a dog?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Oviedo have a dog?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the dog assist in the search?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was the dog anywhere close to the people?
At some point, yes, ma'am. But yeah, at some point, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happened with the dog and the group interaction?
I wasn't there when the dog came into play, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
The dog came up and just acted like a friendly dog, as far as I saw.
Okay. And is it safe to assume that you have pretty regular interactions with law enforcement down there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you in fact had discussions with law enforcement about what to do in these types of situations where you have people on the property prior to law enforcement arrival? Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what have you been advised?
I've been advised multiple different things to do, but first and foremost is to do whatever I feel like is necessary on my property or on property that I'm responsible for to curb these trespassers from getting any closer to people and myself and my family.
Okay, so you've been advised to detain people that are trespassing.
I've never detained anybody.
Okay. Well, you've been advised to corral people, or tell me what the information was.
There's been no specific verbiage for me to corral or detain anybody before. I've never encountered it. I've only been told to do whatever I feel like is necessary to prevent the trespassers from coming any closer to further into the property.
Did you ever give an interview to a publication called Texas Scorecard about this situation that you find yourself in?
Probably, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall stating that you were upset about that you felt your property rights were being trampled on?
Correct.
Okay. And in that interview, do you recall stating that you and a few buddies had, quote, caught a group of illegals on the property, then told them to sit down, and then you called DPS? Do you remember that?
Right.
Okay. And then you were quoted as saying, then, quote, the next morning, I got a phone call from one of the higher ups at DPS telling me that I couldn't do that and that I could be charged with kidnapping for holding those guys there. End quote. Do you remember that?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who was that higher up with DPS? Who was that?
I don't recall his name.
Okay. And that interview was given in February of 2022. Does that sound accurate?
February of 2022, is that what you said?
Yes.
I don't know if that's accurate.
Okay. Would you agree that that interview was given prior to this situation with Mr. Romero?
I do not know. I've done a lot of interviews in the last 2 years.
Okay. With various media sources, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Regarding your frustration with this situation down at the border, correct?
Regarding my frustration about, my family and the lack of security that we face now.
Yes, I understand that. And so in terms of I guess your testimony today, is it your testimony that you don't remember because there have been so many incidents, specifically Mr. Romero, or you are recalling this incident? I'm just trying to gauge your testimony.
I don't understand your question.
Do you have a specific recollection of Mr. Romero?
Of this incident? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so your testimony today, I know you've testified to some of the general things that you've done, but your testimony today is specific to Mr. Romero's situation.
Correct.
Okay. And at the point that you walked the sixth individual over back to the group of five, was Mr. Oviedo and Deputy Hoppus, were they already there on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, how many minutes do you think that was that bringing back the sixth individual to the group?
I don't recall, maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. May this witness be excused?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hill. You're excused. Next witness, Mr. Hackabill.
Your Honor, I think I'm going to have 2 more witnesses. They should be relatively brief, but that, of course, depends on Ms. Etter.
Yes, Your Honor, I would prefer that we just go forward. If it's okay with everybody, without breaking, that would be my preference.
Okay, let me check with the court reporter and the interpreter. Anybody need a break?
Well, my situation is I rarely work in the afternoon with y'all, so I was supposed to pick up grandchildren, and at 2, I need to make arrangements for somebody else to do that. So I will need a break just to make sure somebody gets picked up, unless y'all think we will be done before 2.
All right, is this going to take more than an hour, Mr. Hackabill?
Well, not my part.
I was told that the hearing would take an hour. It's already been well over that, so I'm just kind of flying blind here. Tell me.
Yes, I don't know who the witnesses are. We had subpoenaed one additional witness. I'm hoping that it's Deputy Alanis, Mr. Hackabill, but I can't imagine we would have that many more questions. I don't know who the other witness is, but I would hope that we could get Miss May out in time to pick up her grandchildren.
Okay, well, if Ms. May, just let me know when you need to leave and we will stop.
I would say 1:45 at the latest. I need to
Okay,
be
all right, I'll
ready.
keep an eye on the time
Okay.
and we'll proceed accordingly.
Appreciate
And
that.
Ms. Jones, yes, ma'am. Oh, of course, yes. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Ma'am, are you the court reporter?
Court reporter, steno
Yes.
reporter? Yes.
Yes. Could I give you my name and bar number? I'm sure you want that.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, it's Ed Shaughnessy, SHAUGHNESSY.
Okay.
And the bar number is 181-34500. I don't know if you need an address, but I guess it won't hurt to write it down.
Okay.
206 East Locust,
Just so you know, we're still on YouTube.
San Antonio, Texas, 78212.
78212.
Do you know Miss Hoffman, who owns the Reporter Center?
By chance, is her first name Darla?
No, it's Kathy Hoffman. She owns the Reporter
Oh.
Center. I'm in her building.
I've seen her name before, but I went to a school with a Darla Hoffman.
Yeah. Where are you located physically?
I live in Georgetown.
Is that where you're at now?
Yes, in my home in Georgetown.
Got it. Okay.
All right, counsel, I'm ready to resume whenever you are.
Yes, Your Honor. My next witness would be Trooper Hoppus, who is in the waiting room.
Thank you. So he's going to testify via Zoom, correct?
Yes.
Got it.
We're admitting him now, Your Honor.
Thank you. Could you spell Hoppus for me?
Hoppas.
Thank you.
And I've never talked to him, so I hope that's how you pronounce it.
Okay, Mr. Hoppus, I need you to turn on your video and your audio, please, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hoppus, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. If you would raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I'm going to have to put you on the vehicle because I can barely hear you.
Oh, okay. Let me turn up my sound, too. Is that any better?
No, ma'am.
No, okay.
Have you on the
Okay. Well, you don't really need to hear. You don't really need to hear me. You need to hear the lawyers. So, Mr. Hackabeal, why don't you begin? And Trooper Hoppus, if you can't hear, just let us know.
I can now, ma'am. I got it fixed.
Oh, okay. All right. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Hoppus, my name is Tony Hackabill. I'm Assistant County Attorney here in Bracketville in Kinney County. Now, you and I haven't spoken before today, but I know that you've been contacted by a corporal who assists us with reaching out to individuals that we need for testimony or whatever the case may be. But what we're here today, I'm here to ask you some questions about an incident that involved you going to the La Fonda Ranch. And maybe before I go any further, I want you to state your full name.
My full name is Stephen Hoppus, Hoppas.
Okay. And it may be obvious because of your uniform, but how are you employed?
I'm a state trooper with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
A little over 20 years.
And were you ever during that time stationed to do your work that you as DPS officers do in Kinney County, Texas?
Yes, sir. I've made several trips down there, part of our task force options in Del Rio area.
And so what do you mean by that? You get an assignment to go for a particular period of time?
Yes, sir. Yes, the assignment and generally a rough location of where they want you to work.
Okay. You're not currently assigned to Kinney County, are you?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm currently assigned to the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Unit in Seguin, Texas.
Okay. Do you recall if you were assigned to Kinney County or the surrounding area in about March of 2022, specifically March the 25th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And what were your general duties on that assignment while you were assigned to Kinney County?
I was stationed on an FM road. I cannot remember the number of it off the top of my head, but it's the same FM road that the La Fonda Ranch is on. I was assigned a location, I believe, 5 to 8 miles north of that ranch near the railroad track crossing, and that's where I worked for the week.
And when you're assigned to a location like that, what is it that you're supposed to be doing or looking for?
It's kind of a mixed duties. One is traffic control and traffic enforcement. The others, to the individuals that are crossing, if they're creating a danger themselves, especially depending on the time of year with the heat and stuff, is to check on, as they refer to them down there, as walkers.
Okay.
Walk the roadways, or assist in any other type of law enforcement activity.
So on this particular day of March 25th, 2022, did you get involved in the investigation of searching for some individuals on the La Fonda Ranch?
Yes, sir, I did.
And Trooper Hoppus, how is it that you were alerted that you were needed to do that?
A day or two before, the ranch foreman had stopped by where I was working and introduced himself and we exchanged cell phone numbers just for being there in the area in case he had an incident. And lo and behold, a day or two later, he called me first thing in the morning stating that one of his trail cameras that he had for his wildlife on the property had caught 5 or 6 individuals on the ranch that did not belong there.
Okay. And so when you were alerted to there being trespassers on the ranch, what did you do?
I contacted dispatch to get a hold of one Border Patrol if they were available for extra assets, or see if we could get the helicopter en route. And then I drove to the location of the ranch. It was a short time later, as soon as I got on the ranch, they weren't exactly sure where the individuals had gone, and they had 2 or 3 large grain silos at the entrance of the ranch. So I climbed up on top of one of those with a pair of binoculars, intending to try to look for them. But literally about the time I got to the top of it, the ranch foreman, I believe his name is Cole, called me and told me they had them detained behind the 2nd or 3rd gate behind the main house.
And so did you climbed down off the grain bin and proceeded to where their location was?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember if there was anybody else involved in that? Besides
I believe
Cole
it was the ranch. There was one other individual, I don't know his name. I believe he was the ranch biologist.
Okay. And so about how far, if you can remember, about how far was it from where you came in the gate to the La Fonda Ranch to the location where these individuals, where you found these individuals?
Well, it's not a straight, well, the road isn't in a straight line. You have to make a couple of hard, or at least one hard right turn, but I would say probably a mile to mile and a half driven.
And when you came to where these individuals were located, what did you observe?
I pulled up and I believe they had a white pickup truck that was the ranch truck. And one of the individuals had alerted me that the suspects were off to the left side of the roadway, say roughly about 100 yards or so, in the brush. They had found them laid up.
Okay. So you went to their location, and then what did you do?
That time, I asked him if he wanted to press charges, and he said yes. So contacted my chain of command, would say to send a local trooper out there to handle the case. And then they sent a van to transport the individuals. Upon that time, then I patted down, make sure they didn't have any weapons on them that would injure any of us. And then we walked them out to the roadway and waited for the local trooper and the transport van.
I wouldn't expect you to remember, but one of those individuals was the person for whom we're having this hearing today, a guy named Gabriel Mojica Romero. Do you have any independent recollection of that?
I don't recognize the name. I might be better with pictures. I know there was one individual that we rather suspected as the ringleader, I guess is the best way, or the guide of the group, because he had a big wad of money and almost nobody else had any cash, from what I remember.
Now, when you arrived where the truck was and you walked into the brush where these guys were located, what was your observation about them? What were they doing?
They were laying down in the brush trying to hide. I believe one of the individuals had run off, but the biologist had caught him and was bringing him back as I came up there. But they were attempting to hide in the brush, sir.
Okay, so you actually observed them attempting to hide, correct?
Yes, sir. They were laid down about 100 yards off the ranch road in the brush. It's a pretty rough brush at that. A lot of thorns and stickers and stuff.
Did they happen to have handcuffs on them or zip ties or anything of the sort?
The individuals, no, sir. I don't believe anybody was handcuffed and not until they were put in a van. If they were even handcuffed then. They probably were. I think it's policy we have to transport them in the transport vans with handcuffs, but I didn't, to the best of my knowledge, I never put handcuffs on anybody, and neither did the other local trooper.
So, being a law enforcement officer for as long as you've been, who arrested these individuals on this ranch for trespassing?
I guess technically they were detained by the foreman until we got there, and then my Spanish is extremely poor. We waited, the local troop got there, and she was able to, I guess, technically interrogate them or talk to them and figure out what was going on and where they'd come from and how they were traveling, and trying to figure out where they'd cut the fence to get onto the property, because they said they didn't go over a fence, so they were trying to get out of them that they had actually cut the fence. And I don't know if they ever located the hole in the fence or not.
And you mentioned previously that you determined from the ranch foreman and or the wildlife biologist that these individuals did not have permission to be on the property?
Yes, sir.
I mean, is that a routine? Yeah, is that a routine question that you find out whether these individuals had consent or not to be on the property?
He said he wanted to press charges. I don't believe I ever formally asked the question if they had, rights to be on it, but I asked him if he wanted to press charges, and he said yes, and I assumed that was they didn't have permission to be there if he wanted to press charges.
Well, so what were they pressing charges for?
I believe it was criminal trespass, sir.
So wouldn't that mean to you that they did not have permission to be on the property?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I'm saying. I assumed by him wanting to press charges that they did not have permission to be on the property.
Now, Trooper Hoppus, I know that we had, you had some discussion with a couple of my colleagues about whether you, number one, had been asked to, and number two, whether you, in fact, wrote a supplement report. Do you remember having that discussion with someone recently?
Yes, sir.
And what was the result of that? I frankly didn't hear your answer. What was the result of that?
I thought I had forwarded the arresting trooper, the local trooper, a short narrative, because I was having problems with the state system at that time. But I have since transferred and have a different computer, and I could not find a record of that. I believe the admins at one time had tried to get a hold of that. I don't know what their outcome was, but it was just a brief, short paragraph of the events that got to the point where the local trooper was there.
So would that report or supplement have contained anything other than what you've told us today?
No, sir.
And while you think you may have
would have had times.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, sir, you broke out.
Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
I was asking if you could repeat the question because I had technical glitch and the connection broke.
Okay, you've already answered that the supplement would not have contained any more substantive information than what you've provided today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can say that you think you may have done a supplement, but that if it existed, it no longer exists today. Is that right?
Yes. If they don't have it on their end, I could not find it on my end. So I don't know what to tell you other than that maybe it got lost with admin and they didn't handle it. But I don't know, sir. I don't have any further information on not being able to locate it either.
Trooper Hoppus, have you ever been involved in similar situations where you get contacted by the landowner or the agent of the landowner to go and assist with finding individuals who are trespassing?
No, sir. This is actually the only time I've ever had that happen. I don't usually work down in that area, and I generally inspect trucks is my main emphasis for my job.
Okay, I don't have any more questions for you right now, so I'm going to pass the witness, and there will be another lawyer that's going to ask you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hoppus, Ms. Eder represents the defendant in this case. She will ask you some cross-examination questions.
Yes. Good afternoon, Deputy Hoppus. Thank you for being here. So your testimony today is based on independent recollection because you don't have an offense report available to you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in order to prepare for the hearing today, did you watch any body cam or dash cam video, or what did you do to prepare for the hearing today?
I have my chain of command on standby. I briefly read through the arresting trooper's case report, and just because I'm stationed at the Capitol for today, so I had to make some changes for being able to be available for this court proceeding.
Oh, yes,
but
sir.
I didn't watch any videos.
Okay. But you do recall that morning is when you got a phone call from you said the ranch foreman, is that correct?
I believe that was his position. I believe his first name is Cole, but I don't know if that's correct or not.
Okay. So at the time you got that call, you were stationed alongside, you said the highway, is that the public highway, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And once you got that call, you relayed information to other law enforcement and then you entered onto the property.
Yes, ma'am. It took a bit because it was a drive, and then I had to make communication again with the ranch foreman to get the gate code entrance.
Okay. So how long do you believe it was from the time you got that initial call from the ranch foreman until the time that you actually got onto the property, onto those grain silos?
Less than 10 minutes.
Okay. And your testimony is that you arrived on your own, is that correct? Just you and your patrol car, nobody else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you climbed a grain silo to try to locate the two civilians and then the group, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And could you see them from the grain silos, or how were you then able to connect with them?
Literally, the moment I got on top of it, my phone was ringing, and I had to find a stable spot so I could actually answer my phone. So I spent zero time actually searching. It just perfectly timed out that as soon as I got to the top of it, the ranch foreman was calling me.
Okay, and then
saying that he had located them.
Perfect. So he then had indicated to you that they had detained the group, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then he provided you their location, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how far did you walk to their location, or did you drive? And either way, how long did it take for you to arrive approximately?
From their location, from that location to their location, less than 5 minutes.
Okay. So we're talking about, would you say, approximately 15 minutes since you got the call? It took you to arrive to the group.
Yes, ma'am. Somewhere less than 20.
Okay. So would it be fair to say about 15 to 20 minutes? Would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived to the group, what did you observe?
Believe the number was 5 individuals laying in the brush, and shortly after that, a 6th one was walked back up by the biologist that he had located and brought him back to the group of the other 5 that were laying in the brush. Evidently, he had run off before I got there.
I see. So it sounds like there was a group of 5 that was in the brush, and they were with one of the civilians that had detained them. And then the other civilian had captured the other 6 individual and taken them back. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of they, at some point you had mentioned, do you recall there being a dog involved at some point? You had mentioned to Deputy Alanis about a dog being involved in the tracking. Do you recall that?
Yes, I believe they had a small dog that they'd used for, I believe, wildlife tracking. But they had a dog with them. I could hear the dog barking, and that they had hollered where their location was so I could find them through the brush from the vehicle.
And was it your understanding that they had used the dog also to track the individuals?
I don't know the use of the dog, actually. If they used the dog to scent trail them or not, that part I do not know, ma'am.
Okay, fair enough. And once you arrived on scene, you said you could not speak Spanish, and that's when you waited for the Spanish-speaking local deputy to arrive?
I speak very little Spanish, and not to the context of being able to communicate the details of this situation. I can get through some broken DWI stuff and some truck stuff.
Okay, and there was not a warrant for Mr. Romero Mojica's arrest, correct?
I'm sorry, it cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Romero Mojica, he was not arrested pursuant to a warrant. This was a warrantless arrest. Is that correct?
As far as I know, he didn't have any warrants, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of, do you recall talking to Deputy Alanis about there needing to be an issue. She needed to check on something because DPS was not involved in the initial detention. Do you recall that? You may or may not, and that's fine.
No, I think she needed to find. I think she wanted to double check that the ranch had already filled out some paperwork on this particular situation that the governor had initiated.
Okay.
But I believe, and we didn't have any deputies involved.
Okay, and that's my question. So she confirmed with you that you or nobody else from law enforcement was involved in the initial apprehension and detention, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Redirect.
I have no more questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Hoppus.
Thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, it is 12:33 El Paso time, 1:33 your time. I am going to make a hard stop at 12:45. Mr. Hackabeal, if your next witness will take less time than that, go ahead and call him. Otherwise, we're going to break now.
Judge, the state's not going to call any other witnesses.
All right, state rests. So, Ms. Etter, did you have any evidence to present?
Yes, if Deputy Alanis is there, I just have literally probably 3 or 4 questions for her.
Could I correct something? She's not a deputy. She's a trooper with the Department of Public Safety.
That's fine.
Okay,
If Trooper
that's fine.
Alanis is there, that yes, just a few questions for her. Thank you.
All right, just fair warning, I'm hard stop at, 1:45 your time. Okay, so Trooper Alanis then, please.
He's right outside. They're getting her, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Come sit over here.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good, thank you. And yourself, ma'am?
I'm fine. I'm going to swear you in as a witness. If you would raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I didn't hear your response. I need you to talk a little louder.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Okay. So Ms. Etter represents the defendant in this cause. She is going to ask you some questions, and just bear in mind that we only need you to answer the question that is asked. Okay? Thank you. Ms. Etter, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Trooper Alanis. I just have a few questions for you.
Hang on just a second. Tell us your full name, please, ma'am.
Sylvia Alicia Alanis.
And you work for the Department of Public Safety?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Etter.
Thank you. And thank you, Trooper Alanis, for being here. I just have a few questions for you. Were you able to watch any video prior to today's testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it fair to say you refreshed your recollection today with your offense report and then your dash cam and body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I just had a few questions regarding, you arrived after Trooper Hoppus and after the civilians had detained these individuals, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so at the time of your arrival, there was already a group of 6 being detained, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, because you were the only Spanish speaker or that was able to converse well in Spanish, you started asking them questions in Spanish. Do you recall that?
Only one.
You only were asking one person questions?
I only asked one question.
Okay, and what was that question?
They had permission to be on the property.
Okay. And that was after they were detained and before Miranda warnings were given, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then after they answered some questions, you then read them the Miranda warnings in Spanish, correct?
That one question, when I asked, I read them the Miranda in Spanish, and then I asked them again if they were given permission.
Right. So you asked the question before Miranda, and then you asked the same exact question post Miranda, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you also assist in taking property from the individuals as well after they were being processed?
No, I didn't take any of their property. Their property stays with them in their bag and with them.
Okay.
Once they get loaded.
Oh, sorry, go
I
ahead.
didn't take any of the property at all, ma'am.
Okay. Who obtained the identification cards for the individuals?
That's the only thing I asked, but I didn't take it.
Okay.
What I had
So
was to be able to identify him.
Yes.
To me, when you're saying property, I'm not including
Oh, I'm
identification.
sorry. Yes.
So
Okay, so their identification.
Okay.
Please,
Sorry.
please stop speaking over each other.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, the only thing I had from them, which I requested, was their ID. But I didn't consider that as property that I'm taking. And with that ID, it helped identify him. I wrote down the information that I needed, and it was returned back to them.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
And Mr. Hackabill, did you have any questions of this witness?
Actually, I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, may she be excused.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Trooper Alanis, you are excused.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, that well, let me ask, Ms. Etter, does that conclude your evidence?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I believe at this time I'm fully apprised of the motion, the response, the evidence, anything else that you believe I should consider?
Your Honor, did you want further written additional briefing or do you want argument? I know we need to let Ms. May leave, but I'm happy to proceed in writing, a brief summary, conclusion, whatever the court wants.
Okay, I don't think at the present we can do argument. If you want to present anything additional, I've got a motion and a response. If you have authority or argument you want to present in writing, I will give you a deadline to do so.
Yes, please.
And how long would you like, Ms. Etter?
Maybe by early next week, so I can summarize the testimony and put it in a brief with legal memorandum, legal authorities.
That's fine. And I'm trying to see what's the, I'm going to not make you file something before I'm going to be able to read it. So I've got kind of a busy week next week. How about Wednesday the 15th?
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Hackabill, of course, I will give you the same rights. How long do you need after the 15th to prepare any response? And I don't need, if you don't want to file anything additional, you don't have to. I won't consider that a circumstance against you at all. But if you want to file something, give me a time when I can look for it.
How about the next day, in the interest of getting Miss May out the door to pick up her grandchildren?
Okay, the 16th, you got it. If you want until Friday, I'll let you have that too.
Let's do that, Friday.
All right, Friday the 17th. Okay,
Very
and anything else on the record?
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. May. Thank you for your patience. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you all.
Jones.
Thank you all.